Got the chairs all distributed there, Mr.?
Yes, sir. I think we all have our assigned seating.
Appreciate that. Clerk will call the roll. Here.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Dickens, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by our own Tom Spencer from the tax office. Tom, thank you for doing that. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Let us pray. On this day of decision-making, we pause to acknowledge you as creator and ruler of all things. We praise you because righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. We praise you because all good things come from you, and what doesn't we don't need. We thank you for your word, and it's always true. We thank you for the hope you have given all of us. We thank you for your guidance and instruction. We thank you for bringing us into the family business. Help us to walk with you along the path of peace, knowing there will be difficulties along the way, but we can face them confidently in your strength. Help us to learn to thank you for each problem we encounter and watch how you transform trials into blessings. Help us to realize you don't call the equipped to do your work, you equip the called. Help us to see the need to take advantage of every day and enjoy the opportunity to serve our fellow man. We pray for protection for all those in harm's way. We pray for our families, our parents, children, grandchildren, keep them safe. We recognize that there is trouble, turmoil, fear, and uncertainty all around us. But in you we have comfort, strength, and endurance. Guide us through our thoughts and decisions today, for it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Tom. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have a couple of announcements as relates to the agenda this morning. More than one.
More than one?
Yes.
But not several.
You know, I thought I was only going to get that kind of grief from Commissioner Johnson, and now there's two of you guys.
Well, he's talked to me and wanted to make sure that I continued his efforts in that regard.
I can only imagine.
I thought it was very precise. More than one, less than three.
I'm standing
A couple means two.
Okay.
You could have just started this thing. You didn't have to bring this up.
First, the good news. We are not going to have Commissioners' Court next week.
For a Tuesday.
It is the fifth Tuesday of the month, and our policy is that we do not have court on those dates. So our next court meeting is going to be September 7th. Also, as it relates to the agenda this morning, under the Administrator's section, item A1, we're not going to ask that you receive and file those documents. We noticed a data error that is in the existing documents, and we want to clarify that and make sure all of our numbers match before we bring that back to you. And that is just, those are reports that you get anyway, and we'll make sure that whenever we clear that up, we'll send that out to the court members. Also, under purchasing, item 9K1, this is the sale of recycled paper. There is a revised court communication in your red folders this morning. I believe it may be online already. We did get the bids in, and I know Melissa will be talking with you whenever she gets to that point in the agenda itself. Members of the court, you also notice that on the agenda that we have a work session today, and we believe that that work session is going to be started at about 1 o'clock. we'll be bringing lunch, and I'll warn you, it's going to be at least 2 hours in length, the work session. So, but I believe that the speakers that we have that are going to discuss issues with the court are substantial and will be very informative. Also, members of the court, as we have done in the past, we're going to take certain things out of order. However, rather than moving first when we get to our section into discussion as it relates to Mr. Tenazer's report, we're going to move the briefing item B, which is the TERS 5 from Arlington, up. We have representatives from Arlington here that will be addressing the court at that time, and then we will move to Mr. Tenazer's presentation. Your Honor, members of the court, if we could take just a second, I would ask Marvin Reyes to come up. I believe that he has an introduction that he'd like to make to the court at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
So it's my pleasure to introduce the newest Assistant Director for Construction Services. Abbas, if you could stand up. He has very figurative big shoes to fill from Tracy Pelly, who will be retiring here in October. So I just wanted to introduce you to Mr. Abbas. He comes from us.
Welcome aboard.
So that was it.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Tell us his name
Yes.
one more time.
Abbas.
Abbas.
Rastande.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Abbas,
Abbas.
from one who has problems pronouncing anything.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of August the 17th.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Fickus. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Allen, I believe you have a congratulatory resolution.
I do, and I'm not going to read this in its entirety into the record, but I look forward to presenting this resolution, a congratulatory resolution to Ms. Tilly Bergen and Mission Arlington for their 35th anniversary. I'm not sure who doesn't know about the great work that Mission Arlington does, and specifically under the leadership of Ms. Tilly Bergen, but I do look forward to presenting this to her soon, and with that, I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
There's not a one of us who is not familiar with Miss Tilly's great works.
Yes.
She's fantastic. Any other announcements before well, I've got one. Our purchasing department, where's Melissa? Melissa, she may not have come in yet. Well, I'll still praise her. Received the 2021 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. Tarrant County, Texas is one of only 182 agencies in the United States and Canada, and one of only 42 counties to receive this award. So this is a big deal. They have continuously done this. I'm not sure exactly for how many years. We have a great purchasing department. We abuse them. We talk about them on many occasions. They do a fantastic job.
Yes.
And we are very appreciative of the work that whole department does. And I'll again thank Melissa when she comes in, and we'll go from there. But they've done a fantastic job again. Employee recognition. We have several people that are up for this particular one this month. This is the catch-up still. So I gotta find my little sheet here. So we're gonna start off. And these are folks that have been here 25 plus years. And in the prayer, Tom said, "Welcome to the family business." And time and again, as I talk with folks, what I hear them say is it's a family. And I do believe it's the family business, and our business is to serve the public and to serve the people who come before us each and every day, whether it be in the tax office, the clerk's office, the jail, the courts, wherever it can be. And our family learns from those who have come before them and will teach those that come after them. And y'all have, especially those that we're recognizing here today, have spent a significant portion of their lives being a part of the family and serving the people, whether it be their coworkers, whether it be other people in the departments, or whether it be the public. And I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the service that you give in your different positions and responsibilities in this family. So as we go through this today, please hear my thanks and the thanks of this court, because I've talked with all of these folks and worked with them for many years, and I constantly am reminded of the work that their employees do and other employees who they come in contact with. We thank you for everything that you do to make Tarrant County what I truly believe is the best county in this country. So thank y'all very, very much. Our first person, Shelly Aguirre, Juvenile Services. Where's Shelly? There she is. Shelly, thank you very much. Started out in the victims unit when it was actually formed. Then became a ISP, and I wouldn't have known about this except for the last week I had another ISP, and it's intensive supervision probation, right? She became an officer in that area, supervised an ISP unit. After the department was reorganized, she went to a quality development unit and now supervises that particular unit. When I asked her about the memorable moments, it was seeing the progression of the kids as they move through the department. What she likes most is the county takes care of its people. She said, when I go to a conference and hear how other counties treat their people, I'm very, very appreciative of Tarrant County. Shelly, we thank you for your 25 plus years of service. Next is David Bailey with the Sheriff's Office. David, are you here? He wasn't sure he was going to be able to make it. David started out in the confinement as a confinement operation technician. When I asked him about what he likes most, it's the camaraderie between employees, and he said everybody just works well together, family. So when you see David, thank him for his 25 years of service. Next is Paulette Brody. There she is. Paulette was one of the last people I talked with this morning. So sometimes I get a little behind, and I apologize for that. But we played a pretty good game of telephone tag. She started out in juvenile services as an operations support clerk. Then she became secretary at the Northwest and then Southwest units. And today she's juvenile court clerk's department. When I asked her what she liked most, she said, I just love my job. She said helping others, the officers and the people she works with. She said the way the county treats their employees. And she said, in closing, she said, time has really flown by. But she said, I want to give a big thank you to all my coworkers and to my supervisors. Paulette, thank you for your service for the last 25 years. Next was Liz Hughie, and I don't think Liz was going to be able to make it today. She started out in the detention center part-time, And then she stayed home to take care of her kids, and then she came back in 93 part-time and finally went full-time in 96. So the 25 years started in 96. So she said, if I added all my time together, I probably had 30 years with the county. But we've got this little quirk, and I give HR a hard time about it. And both the two of them back there, who I'll be talking to in a minute, are shaking their heads yes. So when you see Liz next time, thank her for her 25 plus years of service to Tarrant County. Next is Margo Lawson with the district clerk's office. We talked, Margo, I told her that she had a special jewel in her crown because she had to work with Wilder.
Oh, yes.
She didn't respond at all. So she started out at JPS in the JPs, not JPS, JP8, doing evictions and small claims, then to the district clerk's office in the civil area as an associate, then to as the administrative leave clerk, I believe, and then today currently has been the civil supervisor for about the past 9 years, I believe. Memorable moment, she said, when I started, I always wanted to work downtown. And then be careful what you ask for. She got to work downtown, and she had to park out in the old Leonard's parking lot and take the subway up, as opposed to getting out, walking in the front door, and being there. And so she said, sometimes you think you want something until you get it, but she says, I still enjoy the office and everything that I've had a chance. When I asked her what she likes most, it was the people, both those she works with as well as the public. And again, that's what I hear often. It's the benefits. She said, I also was able to take advantage of the education benefits. She said, it is such a family atmosphere. Is your mother here with you today?
No, sir.
She wasn't able to make it. Her mother worked with my father at General Services Administration, or federal. Small world. And again, Margo, thank you so much for the 25 plus years that you've given to Tarrant County. D. Long.
Yay.
All right now. She is obviously in Precinct 3, office administrator. She started out in the DA's office in the civil division. Then, still in the DA's office, she moved to mental health branch and then to protective orders. And then after that, she moved out to Commissioner Fickus's. I think, is it appropriate that you went there after mental health? And has been there for the past 3 years. Memorable moment, she said, she's had an opportunity to represent some great, just elected officials. And she's really enjoyed that. When I asked her what she liked most, she said, the county is so good to its folks, very supportive. She says it's a family at work as well as a family at home. She said, I'm doing what all people do. When I realized I was eligible to retire, I went back to college. And so she's back in college now, and we just want to tell you, Dee, how much we appreciate the service you've given to Tarrant County and continue to give to Tarrant County. Sheila Mcdougal. I knew if I said it the other way, then that one would have been wrong. She is the assistant manager of library and records management for the county clerk. She actually started in facilities at the Resource Connection, then the county clerk in the indexing department, became the assistant manager, and then became assistant manager on central records in records management department. When I asked her what she liked most, she said, the people. We're just a big old family. Our customers and the benefits. She said, I like the fact that in the county you have a lot of different opportunities to do a lot of different things. She said, I've seen a lot of people come and go. And she said, I've watched people raise their families here at the county. Sheila, thank you very much for your 25 plus years of service. Kelly Starks, tax office. Kelly started, okay, now in the tax office on the front line as a clerk. I was going to say I put an abbreviation there and I was having a hard time remembering what the abbreviation was. Promoted to supervisor and then went out to Lake Worth, then to Mansfield. She was out at South Lake while I was commissioner, and then to Northeast while I was also commissioner out there, and then to downtown. And she's now the director over the motor vehicle area. Most memorable moment. She said when the state went to this 2-step, 1-sticker current practice, it's a pain in the rear. And I think we both agree on that. I've only a couple of times in the 3 or 4 times that I may have had an opportunity to get where I'll show up and they say, well, you got to go get your inspection first. So I have to start the process over again. Some of us, it's hard to get it through. When I asked her what she liked most, she said it's just been a real pleasure to work for the county. She said it's just hard to say what impact it's had. Now, one thing else, she worked for Gregg County, which is Tyler, I think. Longview. Well, I knew it was that. Is Tyler Smith? Yeah. And then came to Tarrant County. She said, I've had a chance to work for several different assessors, and they've all been great. She's worked for county government for over 32 years. So while it's been 25 with us, it's been 32 years for county service. And we, Kelly, appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Renee, are you down there?
Yes, sir.
Stand up. Okay, now, we'll start. There you go. She started as auditor in February of '96. I had known Renee through the Fort Worth chapter of the CPAs prior to coming here and meeting her here. She had previously worked for Price Waterhouse as well as for the DFW airport. Memorable moments, she said, I wish I had written a book. Now, there have been in the history of Tarrant County 7 county auditors. She is the second longest serving. This guy you see up here is the longest serving. He's Mr. Williams. They call him Star. And he served for 28 years, from 41 to 69. Now, to just show you a little bit of the difference, he made a little statement saying, his responsibility was bookkeeping for the county. And I think we have a page that shows, now you can't see this, but let me just tell you, this is a balance sheet. This is the asset side of a balance sheet for June of 1943. And it shows that the total assets of the county at June 30th, 1943 was just a little over $18 million. We got a little bit more than that now.
Just a tad.
We probably got 10 times, we got over 10 times, maybe 20 times that much cash.
We got a lot of cash.
We got a lot of cash.
You like money?
Yeah. And so what that just says is the job has grown a lot, and we appreciate very much what you do and your department does to kind of keep us on track. And I've said this often about Renee and will continue. She does her job without getting into the politics of being the county auditor. And I've been around enough auditors in the state as well as in the country to know we have a gem in our county auditor.
Sure.
When I asked her what she liked most, she said everything up until the pandemic. And let me just tell you, I can relate. She said, I've enjoyed the variety, I've enjoyed the people, constantly learning new things. It's never been boring. I'm reading my own writing, and sometimes it gets a little difficult. When I asked her if there was anything else, she says, I've really enjoyed working here, HEAR. sometimes it's a little, my fingers type what I hear and not what I'm maybe doing right when I'm here.
Is that several or just a couple?
It's a couple. She said, I have really enjoyed getting to know people. She said, I raised my family here. I've seen my son grow and raise and start his family. And she said, I've just loved that, and I've loved the flexibility. Renee, we appreciate you very, very much for your years of service. Next is Judge Molly Westfall. She's the judge at the 371st District Court. Tom thinks he is in charge of all the courts, but we know the judges take care of that. She started out in the misdemeanor area section like anybody who starts with the DA's office started there. She said, I became a judge 2 months shy of her 11th year with the DA's office. When I asked her about memorable moments, she said, too many to remember. She said the county is a great employer. The longevity, because of the county, takes care of its folk, and they know it. So let me say that again. The longevity that we see here and are talking about today is because, as a county, we take care of our family people, our family members. Because folks stay, you have subject matter experts, and we're respected all around the state. Because our people have not just been here for 3 or 4 or 5 years. They've been here for 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years. And so after that long, they kind of get to know what's happened, and they've seen, just up until the pandemic, just about everything that could be seen. What I want to say about Judge Westfall is that she's a problem solver. When you go to her and you say you got a problem, unlike many attorneys, now I'll get my little digs in here, she goes about finding out how to solve the problem and how to say yes. And I'm just kidding these folks over here. And y'all please understand that. I know I give y'all a hard time. But Molly truly is someone who, when challenged or sees a challenge, not just in her department, but anywhere around the criminal justice system, she'll get in there and duke it out with just about anybody to find a way to get it solved. And she's been very critical, even in the last couple of weeks, to help us try to do something with our jail population. And I appreciate that very much. So, Molly, thank you so, so much for your 25 plus years of service to Tampa County. Now, I'm going to tell you, this next person, we've been trying to get down here for about 2 or 3 weeks. And it is Pam Cole. And the reason we've had a hard time getting her down here is because the lady on her right, the one I just introduced, is working hard all the time, and Pam couldn't get loose. Pam is her court coordinator. She started in the hot checks department and was there for about 10 months, and then moved to the felony section and was Molly's secretary. And then when Molly moved to the 371st court, guess who she took with her? And she's been the court coordinator for Judge Westfall from that point forward. Memorable moments was the reduction in the backlog has reduced it by a half in just over 3 years when she kind of got into that. And she's just done a fantastic job. What she likes most is the retirement and the benefits, the people she's had a chance to work with. When I asked her what else, she said we didn't really close down during the COVID. We really reduced the backlog and kept working on it. And she said, I just feel like we have, and since we don't have any other judges here today, she said, I just feel like we have the best court staff of them all. And so there's nobody here to argue with you. Pam, thank you so much for your 30 years of service to Tarrant County. Next on our 30-year plus is somebody who I have really enjoyed working with, Commissioner Roy Brooks. No, he's got the routine down. He started as the precinct administrator for Commissioner Bagsby and then was elected when she retired to commissioner in 2004. He helped me learn how to be a commissioner. Now, I had Jane Sanford, so I didn't have, she helped me too, but sometimes he would give me a little bit more subtle way to do things. Because those of y'all who remember Jane knew there wasn't nothing subtle about Jane. She was great, and I couldn't have done it without her, but I also appreciated Commissioner Brooks. Memorable moments, he said that after the primary, after the runoff general election, it was being able to cast that first vote as a commissioner. What he liked most was the interesting work. He said, he said, it's the most interesting work I can imagine doing. He said, solving life-affecting problems. He said it's been very, very rewarding work. He served actually 6 years on city council in Forest Hill. He's a past president of NAVCO, which is a National Association of Black County Officials. Public service was always his life calling, and it was something he impressed upon his kids. When I talked with him 6 years ago, he hadn't had any weddings or grandchildren. Now he has had one wedding. His son got married in 2020, and Roy got to perform the ceremony, which I know was extremely special to him. Both children are now in Austin. Both are lawyers. But at least one is not practicing. And that's his daughter. And she is the CEO of Annie's List. Roy's a past president of NACO. He's still married, he said, to his best friend, Jennifer. And they have 1 year on Brenda and I. He's had an outstanding ride with public service. He said he loved working for Dion. He is a past president of NACO. And we, again, had the privilege of being the first court where we had 2 past presidents that were still active on their court. He said, I love people all over the country that he's had a chance to work with, and he said, it has just proven to me that county government is really the only place in government to work. And Roy, I agree with that, and it's because of folks like you that have made that so. Thank you very much for your 30 plus years of service. A point of personal privilege to be able to make some comment.
I just want to introduce my immediate work family, the best staff in county government. Jeanette Martinez.
Y'all stand up.
Amanda Applin. Michelle Polamine, Stephanie Thompson, Leon Polk, and Joe Trammell. Where's Joe? Roderick Miles is off today taking care of family business, but these are the folk without which... Jeanette, did I call your name?
Well, I was going to get after her, but I'm glad you just said okay.
These are the folk without which I could do nothing. And I love you all. And thank you for coming down here this morning to support me and I'll forgive you that there's nobody to answer the phone at Precinct 1.
Thank y'all. Next, Tina Glenn. She started in the HR department as the assistant director along, I guess at the same time what you're saying is, as I'm recalling, is when Marty and Judge Vandergriff started out. Worked primarily on workers' comp and began in that area, and then became director after Gerald Wright's death in 2005. And that was a sudden death and a shocker to us all. And Tina stepped right in and took over. She said, when I asked her about memorable moments, she was driving back from a cousin's funeral when she heard and learned about Gerald's death. What she liked most, she said, I loved the opportunity to work with Gerald, the way folks interact with one another, and again, the benefits and the retirement package, the independence to run her department. She says, I could not think of a better place or a place that I would rather work. She never thought she would be here this long. 6 years ago, when I talked with her, she had had her first grandchild, a boy who was 2 then. Okay, let me kind of go on down here. This time when I talked with her, second granddaughter, now 2, they're living in Austin. Son Cleve is an attorney. Now her husband's a CPA. So let me just, sometimes as parents we wonder if they ever hear anything we say, but oftentimes you see that when they choose their calling later in life. He is an attorney.
He came over to the bright side.
And a CPA in the Houston area. Daughter Jordan graduated, took a full-time position with KPMG, CPA in Houston. Her youngest son, Trey, is second year at Weatherford College. He's starting point guard on the basketball team and made the dean's list the first semester. She said, COVID and everything related is what's happened over the last 5+ years. Because of that, the recruitment, because of retirements, as well as because of COVID. She has a 7-year-old grandson who competed at the Junior Olympics in Florida this summer. His 4x100 relay team won the national championship for boys under 8. She's very proud of that. And she said, I will be forever grateful for GK's mentorship and friendship. And Tina, we can't tell you how much we appreciate everything you and your department does for Tarrant County. Thank you. Next is Carmen Inglis, and he is on vacation and will not be able to be here today. But please, as you see Carmen, thank him for his 30 years of service to Tarrant County. Next is Cindy Walker, Community Development, 30 years. Started in data services and was there for about 6 years. Then promoted to the position in community development and has been there ever since. She is now a contract compliance officer. Memorable moments was she was actually one of the people who sang at our Employee Appreciation Day. When I asked her what she liked most, she said it's the experience she's had working for the county, the benefits that we have, job security. She said time has really flown by. She never thought she'd be here this long. She has a grandson that's 19 in college in North Carolina. She has, I guess, 7 others that are still in public schools and are enjoying life, is what she said. She said, I had 2 sisters who have worked for the county, but unfortunately both have passed away, one in 2002 and one in 2019. And I'm going to tell you, Cindy has just had a unfortunate couple of years, let's just say. She lost her father this year and a son in December of 2020. She said, our family, my family has helped me get through this. Her workers rallied around her and helped her make it through the losses that she's experienced over the last 3 years. I hear that over and over and over again, and they do it not because they have to. They do it because it's a family member. She said, I am looking forward to the future. And after the last couple of years, I can certainly understand that. Cindy, thank you for your service to Tarrant County. Okay, Robin, 35 years of service to Tarrant County. She started out as a personnel generalist, which meant she did anything that Gerald asked her to do at that point in time. Then became compensation coordinator, and then became assistant director in 2007. Memorable moments, losing Gerald, as again it was a shock to all of us. SAP project, and then the shooting in the JP's office. What she likes most is the sense of community and family, the benefits. She said it's just a great place to work. She said when I started, they did not have computers or PCs. When I talked with her 5-6 years ago, she said, I thought about it, no drama, which is a good thing. And that was what had happened, since the last time I talked with her. Knows now that she does not have all the answers, but knows who to call. And she says, I love the sense of community. And when I talked with her just recently, she said, as everybody has said, what happened in the last few years, pandemic. She said, I'm beginning to look toward that retirement. And we're certainly going to miss you as you begin to look toward that retirement. And thank you again for your 35 years of service. I'll just say it again, it's because of folks like y'all and the folks you're training behind you that Tarrant County is such a great place to live, to work, and to raise a family. Thank you. We got refreshments, 504C. Head on back there, and again, we appreciate you.
Give me a couple of minutes, Charlie.
Yeah, I gotta go get a picture taken.
Joe Trout.
Judge Whitley, can we incorporate you in a photo, sir?
How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Oh, wow. Cleared out.
Yeah, I do. I'm hesitant. I don't want to stop this since we started. With the numbers, we got the regular thing next time we meet. Need to see how things are going then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, today the majority of folks showed up, so that's good. Or, make it.
We've only got 3 weeks more of catching up. Because we're doing a couple of months at a time. But it's about to drive my office crazy.
Trying to get you all the notes and talk to people.
Well, and they're coming from different months, and it's one of those things where we don't know sometimes who's going to show, and then I got to get a hold of them. I mean, there were 2. And it was a 25 years of service, so I had to ask her all of the questions.
And lawyers know never to ask a question that they don't know the answer to.
Okay. That's yours or mine?
I have one here. You get caught every time.
I move that we receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
Whatever. You figure it out. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can now go to the briefing part of the agenda. We're going to take up item 12B, which is the City of Arlington TERS Zone 5. Ms. McMillan is here to address the court.
Good morning, George. Good morning. Can't talk. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
And I want to say congratulations to Commissioner Brooks. Many of you may not know, but prior to coming to the county, I worked for the City of Forest Hill for 7 years, and I worked with Commissioner Brooks when he was a councilman out there. So
That's correct.
he actually talked to me about the county because he had started working for Commissioner for Dion at the same time. So moving on to our item here. In 2006, the City of Arlington established a 2,187-acre tax increment reinvestment zone off of Interstate 30 around the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys facilities to fund approximately $115 million in public infrastructure improvements over a 30-year period to ignite private development in that area. At that time, both Tarrant County and Tarrant County Hospital District chose to participate at 70% of the increment generated within the zone. And up to this point, we have contributed about $3.8 million from the county and just over $3 million from the hospital district. As you know, development has occurred now in that zone, and there's been a lot of new changes that have happened. So since probably early 2019, the City of Arlington has been looking to revise that plan to allow for the growth that has occurred in that zone. So today I have Bruce Payne, Director of Economic Development with the City of Arlington, that's going to present the revised plans for the zone and talk to us about the participation they would like to see the county make going forward.
Bruce, before we get started, I want to say I was had an opportunity to go back to the firm that we started in '83 and look through some old pictures and decided if we were going to take some of them or not. And I got to our ribbon cutting out in the Hearst Euless Bedford Chamber of Commerce, and there was this guy that looked real young. That was you. That was holding the ribbon. And there was another guy in that picture, Lynn Gregory, who was the county commissioner at that point in time. But I looked and I thought, that's Bruce. And sure enough. So one of these days I will, I may have it in my office. Rachel, get the yellow folder that is on my desk. There's inside of that folder, there may be a picture of Bruce. So get it, and as you leave, you might stop by my office, and maybe she will have listened and heard this. But it was, we were both younger, and at least in my regard, a little thinner.
Yeah.
At that point in time.
Not the truth.
Old memories.
Thank you for that. That's great. I have a story about Commissioner Fickus I'm going to finish up with when we're done with this.
Well, that'll keep him alert for the rest of the presentation.
Okay. Lisa, am I going the right way?
Oh, look, there's the 1943. Is this your budget?
The middle button. Gotcha. Okay. Back up one time. Okay. So as Lisa pointed out, this district has been in place, TERS number 5 for the city of Arlington, since December of 2006. It's, as she mentioned, 2,187 acres in size. The size of this district is not changing at all. Originally, it was set to expire in the year 2036. This is prior to the recession, which we had the Glory Park project all teed up and ready to go, and then the recession sort of killed everything. And so we've spent most of the time since that period of developing a whole new plan, if you will, for the development of the entertainment district. In May of 2019, the term was extended from 2036 to 2049. And then in December of 2019, later that year, because of projects that were coming online, which was great news for the city, the term was extended to 2052, and the city participation increased to 100%. So that's just a quick history on this. And just for everybody's benefit, how TERSs work, tax increment reinvestment zones, the blue rectangle at the base is the ad valorem value of all the property within the TERS at the commencement of the TERS. All participating jurisdictions retain that value. It is part of their income stream throughout the life of the TERS. The triangle on top of that blue rectangle is the AV growth during the period of the TERS based on new projects that are coming in to the zone. And then at the end of the term, all of that new value then is returned to all the participating agreements. It's like a nice bank account, and as long as you have a viable project list that's moving forward, it's really turned out to be a great tool for development in Arlington and other cities. So this amendment is an amendment to the project and financing plan. The TERS is modified to reflect the expansion of projects and changing expiration dates. The amendment reflects direction from the county. We've worked closely with the county administrative staff. The numbers that you'll see here today ultimately were derived with Trey Yelverton, the city manager of Arlington, as well as G.K. Manius, the county administrator. G.K.'s tough. He didn't say yes easily on a number of things, so we feel like we have a really good, solid plan here.
I take direction from my commissioner.
Okay, here we go, GK.
The rest of us weren't allowed in the room while they worked it out, so it's good probably that we weren't. The jurisdictions' participation rates do not change in this iteration here. Tarrant County College remains at 50% until the end of 2049. Tarrant County Hospital District remains at 70% until 2031, which is its original date. and then the City of Arlington at 100% until the end of 2052. This is simply a chart that's identified the projects that we are aware of and the estimated investment that's associated with those projects by year. So over the next decade, these are the sorts of revenues that we are expecting to see in the TERS district. Because there's a great deal of interest. We have two very strong development entities, Cordish Companies out of Baltimore, Maryland, and the Tisch family out of New York City, who have taken great interest in the Arlington Entertainment District. As you might know, the new Arlington Hotel, the Ocho that we've called it because it has 888 rooms, is now under construction with a 2.5-year construction phase.
Bruce, before you
Yes, sir.
move on, it says anticipated revenues. Is it anticipated revenues or anticipated expenditures toward development?
Towards development. That's probably a better way to phrase that, yes.
Because I was going to couldn't figure out why revenues were going to drop some.
Right.
So these are dollars being spent to develop additional assets within the TERS?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So proposed project costs based on what we know from the proposed developments that are out there. Water, sanitary sewer, stormwater facilities, et cetera, about 2.5% of the total. Parking improvements are estimated at about 10%. It's going to depend, of course, on parking intensive uses such as hotels, residential development, things such as that. Street and intersection improvements as time goes on, about 2.5% of the total. Open space, park and recreation facilities and improvements, about 5%. Public facilities is at about just under a percent, 1%. And then economic development grants at 78.1%. Those grants are essentially going to be what the city's contribution is. We would put all of our increment in towards new projects as they come in. And then 1% for administrative costs. This is the breakdown based on the periods that the TERS term is scheduled to have. 2019 to 2031 has the City of Arlington at 100%, as I mentioned, Tarrant County at 70%, Tarrant County Hospital at 70%, Tarrant County College at 50%, and then ISDs, of course, cannot participate in the TERS. From 2032 to 2049, that participation changes to where the city is still at 100%, Tarrant County remains at 100%, Tarrant County Hospital is out after 2031, and Tarrant County College continues at 50%, and then the last tranche is 2050 to 2052, where the City of Arlington stays at 100%, and then Tarrant County stays at 70%. With the one caveat, and I had this written down.
Go back again for just a second. So the question, Mr. Manius, and I don't know the answer. When we reduce our tax rate, what impact does that have on? Does it maintain? We maintain the ceiling of dollars that we said we would commit. It may simply take us a little bit longer to make that commitment because we've reduced the tax rate.
Right, and it's the amount of taxes collected. So
Right.
And so, but the amount that we have said that the county has said we would contribute, our maximum amount would stay the same.
Okay, thank you.
So that cap is $111,240,000.
That's a combination.
That's a combination
of the county's contribution, of the college district's contribution, and the hospital district's. Right. So once we hit that cap, or if we hit 2052, whichever would come first, then that would end it.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
And so the relevant dates, yesterday we briefed the TERS number 5 Board of Directors. Commissioner Allen was present, and they voted to approve the modifications to the project and financing plan. Today, of course, I'm briefing the Commissioner's Court. Also this evening, City Council will take up first reading on the ordinance to modify the project and financing plan. And then the second reading is scheduled for September the 14th. On the 16th of September, I'll be briefing the College District, and then the 21st, we anticipate it would be on the Commissioner's agenda for consideration. And then on the 23rd, we would look for the consideration of the College District. And I believe that's all I have. Yes, sir. So is there any questions that I could address?
So let me be sure, you're adding things that you're developing, but at this point in time, Are we asking the court to increase the ceiling?
No, sir.
Okay,
We're keeping it the same.
okay.
We're just, the changes in the terms and when the county's obligation ends is.
So in effect, it should, because you're adding value, which will be paying taxes, it should very likely cause us to get there quicker.
Yes, sir. That's our intention.
Okay?
I do want to clarify, under our current agreement, we are capped at approximately $4.6 million. So we are going to be increasing our contribution over the life of this TERS. So I do want to make sure that was a clarification. That $4.6 million was a combination, though originally under the original plan, it would have been around $19 million, but we were looking at a credit for some work we had already done at the Cowboys Stadium. So that's where we got the 4.6. So now, under the maximum contribution based on those 3 levels of total contribution, we're estimating that based on the financial models, we will contribute approximately $68.4 million over that time period.
And I thank you very much for that. You know, let me say this about, we chose to put ceilings on because once these TIFs or TERs or whatever are created, we never have a majority on the board. And so our thought, and not from your perspective, but other folks might go in there and adjust and add a lot to the TIF or to the TERS, and we don't have any say in whether they add it. And if our percentage stays the same, then we get to automatically donate more than what we had originally anticipated. And so that's why we put the ceilings on there. But those ceilings were never intended, they were only intended to allow us to have the ability to choose whether we were going to increase the amount of contribution to the projects and not be forced to do that because of the fact that we only have one vote on that. So, Lisa, I'm very much...
That is correct, and we also tie it to the project plan. That's why we wait until the city has finalized their approval process, because then that project and financing plan becomes part of the document. And so based on what is in that project and financing plan, that's what we're participating in. So should those projects change substantially, they would have to come back also to be amended, just for the same reasons you mentioned.
So just for clarity, our ceiling is going to increase from $4 million to $68 million?
Total.
Well, I think originally the $4 million, there was a lot of parking lot work done that we did. And that was probably, you were part, I think Marty,
when we did
we all
that.
were, and I think that was maybe in excess of 20.
Correct. It was going to be around 20 million, and so we kind of credited it. But the same thing is happening, because if you look at the financials, if we were to stay in through 2052, I think we would be in for over 100 million, and we're discounting that by really just looking at funding the 2 parking garages and the Johnson Creek improvements, those infrastructure improvements, in conjunction with the hospital district, which will stop in 2031, and the college district. So our combined contributions will pay for the cost and the debt of those 3 projects, which is about 111 million.
Exclusively, or with the assistance of also the city?
No, the city, as ours is going to exclusively pay for those 3 projects. As the city showed, that $432 million, I believe, that's set aside for economic development projects, that is a majority of their funding, and that's going to go to work with the hotels and some of the other projects that are happening to provide incentives for those projects within the zone.
Is that coming from sales tax and property tax?
Property tax values in terms.
Okay.
And then if we have to bring, if nature on the project demands it, then if we have to bring additional funding, say a sales tax source, then we would do that.
You're not putting any of the ARPA money in there?
No, not that I know of.
Not that I've heard either.
I'm kind of watching my ARPA money.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Bruce.
One last thing. So about 19 years ago, I was with Commissioner Fickus at a transportation conference in Austin. We're on our way back, coming up 35, and I get a call from my wife who told me that our second son is about to come. And I looked at Gary and went, we got to go. So, do you remember this? Yeah. And so he did, and we got there in time, and I was able to get her and we get to the hospital. And
you
so
mean she waited for you at the house until you got there?
I said, don't do anything until I get there. So
I wouldn't want to be
anyway,
on the end of that conversation.
We weren't too far out, but he got us there in time, and so he is now 19 years old. He's at UTA, and he's doing very well. So I just thought I'd mention that. I hadn't revisited that with him in a while.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Bruce. So we will be bringing this back on September 21st to have the participation agreement based on these terms approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Okay. So if we could now, we can go to the administrator section and we'll begin item 1. We're not going to ask for any action on that particular item, but we're going to ask Mr. Chinese to come forward and provide his presentation on emerging health issues.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court.
Good morning, Johnny.
Back again with a weekly update. No change, unfortunately. We're still trending up in our hospitalizations. Cases are still going up, but I'll show you on the next chart. There seems to be a little bit of a top forming. So hopefully that's a bearer of some good news to come. But currently the hospitalizations at least are pretty high in Tarrant County. We have 978 people in the hospital. That's 23.14%. That's a hair lower. I think we were at 24% just a couple of days ago. We had over 1,000 people, so some relief there. Trauma Service Area E, similar picture. I think they were a little bit higher. They've come back just a hair. We have 3,137 people in the hospital in the 19-county area. The epi curve, which is on the left, continues to rise, and as you can see, the data on the right with the deaths are starting to increase as well. It follows the COVID surge. So the deaths are starting to increase as people struggle through the hospital systems and sometimes do not survive. A little bit of good news, for 2 weeks in a row, we're seeing the R0 being below 1. So hopefully all the indicators are going to sync up here soon and we'll start to see some slowdown. And there's some evidence of that developing. As you can see on the left-hand side on the top, the positivity rate seems to have plateaued out at about 22%. And we're seeing similar things happen with COVID-like illness on the right at about 11%. We're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in that upslope of the curve. And the case rate, which is the bottom right-hand side, starting to come down a little bit. So hopefully this is all good news and it sustains. That way we can see a downtrend occur. But again, this is retrospective data, right? What has happened in the community. And of course, there's other things at play, schools, colleges opening, all those type of things. So more to come, see what happens. National trends, unfortunately not slowing down. Nationally, as you can see, we're spiking quite hard. And if you look at the map, I've started to show this over the last couple of weeks because it's really concentrated in the southern United States. That's where the big surge is happening. 7, 8, 9 states involved here in the southern, southeastern United States area. Really heavy surge with primarily Delta variant. Yesterday, we attended a CDC call, and 98% of the cases across the country are now Delta variant. So if you have COVID, you can fairly assume that you have the Delta variant. A little bit of good news developing on the RSV side. The trend is finally broken, I think. We're in a downward curve here on both the percentage of visits happening with the ERs for young kids and also the positivity rate for RSV is starting to come back down. I think we're approaching the 30% mark. So that's a little bit of good news. As schools and daycares are all struggling through this, and luckily we're in a downward trend here with RSV. So what should we
tell you?
Yes, sir.
In talking with the CEO at Cook's, they will never close. They've always said they will find some place for anybody who needs care. But they will also tell you that their ICU is full.
Yes.
That they've got people in the halls, in the emergency room, and that their staff are just exhausted.
Yes.
So I don't want anyone to have heard what you just said and feel like there's any relief and no
Yes.
reason for them not to get out and get the vaccination.
Right.
There's, RSV may be down a little bit, but, how many, you've always said it takes 7, school started
Yep.
for most of the ISDs in this area over the last week to 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't want anybody to feel it the least bit positive about what you just said.
I know, and I'm always looking for the silver lining, but yes,
this role
yes.
is usually reversed.
Yes, I know. I know. And the point you made about the ICUs. So yesterday I was kind of surprised that finally I think they found some staffing and we have more staffed beds. We were down to 2 ICU pediatric beds. I think the number yesterday was 25.
And
but
I'm going to tell you, there's
yeah.
hospitals that have ICU beds, but they can't open them because they don't have the staff.
Staffing is a real challenge. Yes,
to
sir.
be able to do that. And that's
Yeah.
why we've requested folks from the state. But again, as I talk with people in the healthcare industry, they're just worn out. And I had a CEO of one of the hospitals who put on the gear and was changing sheets last week.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing that people don't understand. People who are supposed to be taking care of you, they're burnt out, they're tired, they've had COVID because they've dealt with so much COVID. So, you want the best care, you got to get with the community and take action because these folks can't continue to take care of you when there's such a volume. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much. So what should we do? I mean, the answer is simple. We've talked about it. Now everybody should know. Get vaccinated, folks. And for all the excuses that were out there, now FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine fully. So if that was a holdup, let's get it done. It's available in most places. A lot of pharmacies have it. Public health department has it. You call your provider if you want to go to your provider. Most of them, they can get it. So let's get vaccinated. That's a simple way to beat back the pandemic. And then while the surge is on, wear a mask. Avoid unnecessary large crowds. Things like going to work, going to school, they're important. But unnecessary things, sometimes we just want to go, someplace and it's fully crowded. Well, try to avoid or wear a mask if you're going to go somewhere. Vaccinated or not, the surge is on.
One other thing that I have said all along that my number one priority was to keep the hospitals open. And again, I'm talking regularly with the CEOs of those hospitals. And one relayed a story that this past weekend, they've been asked by the governor to stop surgery, stop anything that even remotely looks like an elective or one that can be prevented, that can be postponed. One of them had a young person who needed a liver transplant. A perfect match came in. And the surgeon called and said, we need to do this. And they said, we can't do it. And that was the initial, and they kept talking and they kept saying, okay, this, again, if they didn't get this liver transplanted or accepted, it was going to go out of state to another location. And they finally were able to work out a deal to where they were able to do the surgery. But folks, we are that close to people not getting, it may not be a COVID related deal, but it is stopping other medical procedures that are necessary and are needed at the time. And so this was a young person.
Yep.
And it was life-threatening.
Yes.
And they ended up doing the transplant at about 10 o'clock on Sunday evening. So that's how desperate the surgeon, the team, was to accepting that liver and being able to transplant it into this young person who needed it desperately.
Absolutely.
So we need to do everything we can. If that's get vaccinated, that's the first thing. Wear the masks and avoid the large crowds.
Absolutely. Thank you. So quick update again, y'all heard the news. Pfizer came out with a full approval, the FDA came out with a full approval of the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine. And it's approved for 16 and older fully. So it's a fully approved, FDA approved. I'm not quite sure why the public was worried about it, that it's under emergency use authorization, but okay. Here we are with a full approval. And the 12 to 16-year-olds, still under emergency use authorization because that data came later. So I expect that at some point, in the next 3 months, that data will be submitted. The real difference is for emergency use authorization, FDA looks at 2 months worth of trial data to make sure there's no untoward side effects and everything's on the safety profile good. And then for a full approval, they need 6 months of trial data or real world data, which in this case they got real world data. So now, if you recall, first it was approved for 16 and older, and then 12 to 16 came later. So a similar pattern will be followed with the full approvals. And then the immunocompromised just got covered under the emergency use authorization for the third booster. So it will take probably 6 months for that part to be fully approved. But in essence, the vaccine is here. It's safe. A lot of the community has taken the Pfizer vaccine. Other half has taken Moderna. Some have taken Johnson & Johnson. Take your pick. Get vaccinated.
So where is Moderna in the process?
They're a little bit behind. Part of the reason they had to expand their studies, like Pfizer had to earlier, was to make sure that the younger population was not getting that cardiac side effect that they identified with some other vaccines, the myocarditis inflammation. So they're just kind of a little bit behind on submitting their data. Just waiting for those results. So the vaccine update overall in the county, slow progress, but we're making progress. We're 50% of the eligible population is fully vaccinated. And as you can see, the colors are certainly getting deeper in certain areas, but there are still pockets in the community that need more work. So again, we're rallying all organizations who are willing to partner with us, whether we come out and do a vaccination event for them or they find another partner. But we just want to make sure that the community rallies around this effort and gets vaccinated. That way we can get through this pandemic real quick. All the other numbers are slowly increasing, as you can see, but there's, again, pockets where more work needs to be done. One of the numbers that I always look at is the younger age groups. If you look on the right-hand side on the top, 12 to 15-year-olds, there's about only 27% fully vaccinated. That's 1/3, and schools just opened. And just for context, our team has a back-to-school event happening all month long. They've done probably, and I'll have numbers in the end, probably like 17,000, 18,000 doses altogether. 2,000 or 3,000 total COVID vaccines, other vaccines 13,000. But still, these numbers are low. Just like we take our kids for back-to-school vaccine every year, this is another vaccine. Let's get it done, get these kids protected when they go to school. And then the 16 to 24-year-old, that's the college age group, right? High schoolers and college age group, we're 38% coverage. And colleges are opening. Let's get our kids protected, talk to them. Even though they're young adults, parents still have influence. Let's talk to them. Because obviously the parents have listened. You can see the data increases as the age increases. People are actually listening to the science and following the science, getting vaccinated. It's the younger crowd that seems to be like, what COVID? So we need to talk to them, make sure they get educated, and get vaccinated, and let's get this pandemic over with. So quick update, again, back to school events are going strong. The main location is at Ridgemar Mall. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturdays 9 to 2. Other rotation clinics are happening. We've gone around different parts of the county. I think this week we're in the Northwest, I believe. And then there's other pop-up style clinics open. We talked about the Sundance Square Clinic. It's open every Friday, 11 to 8 p.m. Last week was a good showing from 6 to 8 p.m., so we're going to extend that and keep going throughout September to make sure we don't miss any opportunity. So it will stay on Fridays, 11 to 8 p.m. at the Sundance Square location. And because the third booster dose for immunocompromised came out, so there was a little bit of an uptick in calls. And in response to that, we've reopened our Hearst Fire Station location on Tuesdays, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., just to make sure that there's at least availability just in case there's a bigger crowd. we'll see how the numbers go. Question?
Be clear about the booster.
Yes, sir.
If you are, say it,
immunocompromised.
Yeah, that's
yes.
the word. Then you can get the booster now.
Yes, sir.
And then they're looking at towards September the 20th
Correct.
of approving the ability to get the booster at that point in time. And at that point, when everybody can get it, now you'll have to have been 8 months past when you got your last vaccine. So it's not going to be everybody becomes eligible on September the 20th. But I think we're going to see an uptick in those requests. But right now, if you're
Yes. So people that have had organ transplants, or if they're actively on chemotherapy, or they take some medications that suppress their immune system, like some people have high corticosteroids.
And they can
yes,
get that.
They can get it now.
Get that booster. Where do they go to get the booster?
All providers. They can come to public health. They can go talk to their doctor who's treating them for their conditions. They can go to a pharmacy and get vaccinated. All we suggest is make sure you talk to your physician that this is okay. And one of the key things is immunocompromised, there must be at least a 28-day gap between your second dose and the booster that you're needing. So those are some things that we want to make sure people understand and talk to their physician about it.
Are you going to talk about the monoclonal treatment in just
I was not, but I can mention that a little bit.
Let's
yes, sir.
talk a little bit about that,
Yes,
because folks who are testing positive, one of the treatments that is being offered widely here in Tarrant County, talk a little bit
It's
about
the monoclonal antibodies, so there's a couple of different brands, Regeneron and Eli Lilly. I think the state has just opened a infusion center, I believe at the Cook Children's Hospital.
the old Kindred facility.
At the old Kindred facility. And my understanding is they have a capacity of currently 90 a day to start off with. It is by appointment, so don't just come in. And you do need a physician referral. But all physicians are authorized to refer you, so there's not a special requirement. And they've made it very easy compared to last year when this came out. Part of the feedback we heard from a lot of hospitals and physicians was it was really tough to qualify for that treatment. Now it's fairly easy. A lot of restrictions have been taken away as FDA and everybody's more comfortable with the safety profile of it. So it's fairly easy. Get your physician to refer you. Then there's a number to call. You get an appointment, and you can get the antibody infusion. The point of all of this is, if you're in the early part of COVID and get the antibody infusion, it can prevent serious illness so you don't have to get hospitalized. It prevents hospitalization and death. Very, very effective.
And I've been told that from the time you get there till the time that you leave is probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 hours from enter to exit.
Yes.
So again, if you've gotten a recent positive test, see if you can qualify to get this monoclonal infusion.
Yes, sir.
So,
Absolutely.
Benny, what are the options if you're uninsured or if you don't have a physician to provide that referral?
So, yeah, the don't have a physician part, I'll research. But it's covered by the state. There's not really a requirement for any insurance. Like with all things COVID related, whether you have insurance or not, there's currently a federal mandate that is not a barrier. So if you have insurance, people will take it. But if you don't have insurance, do not worry about it. There is not a barrier. Federal government has several avenues to cover those expenses. So,
And even if you have insurance, there's not a copay.
yes, sir. There's no copays, deductibles, all those type of things.
There's no cost.
Yes, no
to
cost.
you, to the individual. And Commissioner, it's my understanding that there is at least a couple of hospitals that are not requiring the physician prescription. So if you recently tested positive, then your best bet, at least right now, and I'd like for us to see if we can't maybe establish some sort of a physician hotline. Maybe we talk with Tarrant County Medical Society and see if they can give us some assistance. But if they will call the various hospitals, they may be able to locate one that will immediately set up an appointment and bring them in regardless of whether they have the physician prescription or not.
Yes. And Judge, I think you mentioned it correctly that there's some hospitals also in the area outside. I was talking about the state facilitated infusion center at Cook Children's, the Kindred location. But other hospitals have these antibody infusions too, so the physician on site can do some of that paperwork for you and appropriately refer. But for that state-facilitated, center, the part of the requirement was a physician referral. But I will pose that question to see if there's alternatives for those that don't have a primary care.
Show up with your evidence of a positive test, and somebody will take care of you.
Not at that facility. They want a referral and an appointment, but I will find out. Again, this is outside of my swim lane, so I'll find out.
Wrong answer, Benny.
And
I
that
know.
is precisely why I asked.
Yes.
Is because we can't make the assumption that folks have the time and the capacity to figure all this out. So thank you for looking into it.
Yes,
And
I will
definitely
figure it out.
share-
It's been more between emergency management at the state level and the local hospitals. Public health typically is in the prevention swim lane, but we'll find out.
Thank you.
Sir, question?
Benny, it appears that maybe Fort Worth ISD has partnered with a private sector pharmaceutical company here locally to do their vaccinations.
So-
Are we talking to any of these school districts and are making any attempt to step in and do that?
Yes, so there's been a variety of partners. Fort Worth ISD, as you can imagine, is a huge school district in the area, and they've had a variety of partners. We've worked with them. City of Fort Worth has worked with them. They've had a partnership with Perone Pharmacy, I believe, Walgreens, and some other. They mentioned 2 or 3 different entities. I know THR has done work with them. So there's been a variety of partners that have done vaccination clinics. We coordinate with them on contact tracing. Just had a conversation this morning about testing. So a variety of different things. But again, they are the biggest school district in Tarrant County, so a lot of need, different needs. So we'll keep working on that, but yes, they have multiple partners helping them.
We have talked with everyone and offered to help in any way that we can. And, we're all drinking from the fire hydrant.
Mr. Manny's comment, question?
I think that Commissioner Fickus was also asking about the other schools. Have we been in contact with them?
Yes. So as you recall, there's been a lot of those back-to-school events. Some were done with the schools. Some were done with private entities that were holding back-to-school events. So yes, we have. Spoke with Westlake this morning, Commissioner, again about testing needs. So variety of conversations throughout the day, depending on what need there is, and we're happy to assist in any way possible. Now, some of them have mentioned that they want like an on-site clinic for vaccines as kids come back and teachers come back. Sometimes that's hard for us to facilitate because, there's so many campuses out there. So one of the conversations I had this morning, they were looking for a vendor who can do that, become their student health services sort of vendor, because their own staff are not adequately, staffed to handle all of that. So those are the type of conversations that we're having regularly.
I would just note that we're giving vaccines in our plaza building today until 12:30, and it's in the area where we've done in the past where we've done our biometric screenings. And I see Robin and Tina both shaking their heads, so I feel comfortable with what I just said.
So real quick, in our partnership effort with the Immunization Collaboration of Tarrant County, of course, the back-to-school events in August, 3 weeks in, we've vaccinated 7,000 individuals. 16,000 plus doses have been delivered of a variety of back-to-school vaccines, which included 13,000, particularly the back-to-school shots, and about close to 3,000, 2,700 plus COVID shots. So a lot of work, even though it may, the focus is all on COVID, this kind of work happens every year and just kind of shows you what the team does in a short span of amount of time and gets kids ready to be back to school without having other outbreaks that can happen if kids are not vaccinated. So our pop-up clinic schedule, of course, it ebbs and flows, but as you can see, it's pretty full and getting fuller as more events roll through and more people want to partner with us. So it's staying pretty busy. And then mobile testing has been fairly busy. I'll show you some numbers, but the chart on the top is our 6 locations that the public health team is covering, and we have plans to sort of alleviate some of the challenges we've run into. And then the bottom half is the City of Fort Worth mobile testing, because we needed help. The numbers quickly rose beyond what we were expecting. So we asked for our partners to help us, and they've stepped in to cover some of those areas. So here's a quick summary. 3 weeks out, we're on average doing about 400 a week. But like yesterday, we had 204 at the Northeast Sub Courthouse. I think there were some traffic challenges already that happened, and
We had them out in the street.
yes, sir. So we're working on a plan. I think you'll see something on the agenda today for a vendor contract. So hopefully we'll be able to get the vendor to get a full site going, because mobile testing is reaching its capacity. As you can see with the numbers, there's only so much we can do in a short amount of time with one team.
And Vinny, and are these sites, these are ones that would go to some of the suggested locations that we provided you?
Yeah, so that part, after the vendor agreement is there, the vendor's going to have a team evaluate the sites and all that with us. So we're working with emergency management, scheduling, visits and all.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. Oh, I just, not a question, but just congratulations to your team for the work with West Nile virus and other things being recognized in one of the local publications. So
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'll pass along the message. I mean, people forget because, one topic takes over. We are in restaurants. We do vector control. We're in WIC programs, a variety of things. Your public health department is hard at work every day, but we thank you for the opportunity to let us continue to serve the public. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, I believe, 5 phone calls and a couple of people here in person. So we're going to go ahead and get to those at this time. The first will be Aaron Mahoney Ross.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
I will call them back in a moment. Leslie Hawkins.
Hello.
Leslie, this is Judge Whitley, and we're at the point on the agenda for audience participation. And you had indicated you wish to speak to the court this morning.
Yes.
Please just again repeat your name, your address, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you'd like to make.
Okay. My name is Leslie Hawkins. I live at 2400 Aqueduct Drive, Bedford 76022. I currently have a 3rd grader in the HEB ISD district. I wanted to call in today to plead with you guys to please implement a mask mandate in Tarrant County for all public schools, in the least just the public schools. Our hospital bed capacity is dwindling by the day. Our cases are going up. In our district alone last week, between the first week and the second week, we had a 464% increase in student cases. That's just student cases. We did not calculate the teacher cases. It's going to keep exponentially growing if we do not do anything to mitigate the spread. There has to be action at the county level on this, because our school districts are not doing anything to protect our children. And that is what I, as a mother, that is my job, is to protect my son. And I need your help in doing that. We are running out of options, and we are running out of time. Our 5 to 12-year-olds, they do not have a vaccine yet, and we have to do something to protect them.
Leslie, thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Next is Theodore Center. Theodore, this is Judge Whitley, and we're at the point on the agenda for audience participation. You had made that request. Please repeat your name, where you live, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Judge, for the phone call. So my full name is Theodore Sither, but I usually go as Theo. So most people call me Theo, and I live in Euless with my family. Thank you so much for holding the meeting, of course, and for providing this forum for citizens of Tarrant County to provide our views. I'm a father of 2 kids. I have an 8-year-old and an almost 5-year-old. My daughter turns 5 in just a couple of weeks. My son, who's the 8-year-old, attends Harmony Public School of Innovation in Euless, and my daughter will be starting private preschool this fall. I really appreciate I've been watching the proceedings online. I really appreciated the presentation from the Public Health Department, kind of laying out all the numbers and laying out everything that's going on. As you well know, we are in a public health crisis. And community spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19 is high. For us as parents, we're really anxious. We're worried for our kids who are attending schools. And we hope that, so with our kids back in school and the school districts are not taking action to protect our children, we need public health officials to implement a county-wide mask mandate in order to not only to protect our kids, but as you mentioned earlier, to help protect our healthcare workers who are stretched to the limit. I completely get that, for a lot of people, this is a matter of personal choice and personal responsibility. But again, this, as a public health crisis, affecting all of our lives, and we really need public approaches to mitigate and prevent further spread of this deadly virus. So I really urge the Commission to approve and implement a mask mandate across the county, particularly to help protect our kids who are in school. Really appreciate everything that you all do, and I've appreciated the discussion today. Thank you so much for hearing our views.
Thank you, Theo, for the call. Have a good day. Next will be Marcella. Yeah, I'm going to stop right there.
All right.
Hey, you got Maricela's voicemail. I know you know the drill.
We'll call her back in just a minute. Sarvana Krishna. Who was? This next one?
That one you're calling right now?
Hello. Hi, this is Judge Whitley. You had ask for an opportunity to address the court. We're now at that point on the agenda. If you would please state your name, where you live, and then you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Okay. 1 second, Judge Whitley. I appreciate the time.
You bet.
I'm just going to go to my... Okay, so my name is Shravan Krishna, and my address is 1507 Byron Nelson Parkway. I live in South Lake, Texas. And I would like to request you and the other commissioners to please consider strengthening our protocols, like issuing a mask mandate, because, as you guys have heard from our county health people about the rising cases and the positivity rate, things of that nature, it's alarming. And I just came from my son's school, and there are no protocols are not being followed there per se. That would keep us safe, right? And his lunch, the cafeteria, kids are literally sitting next to each other. With obviously they're eating, so they can't wear masks or anything. So it's kind of like a tinderbox. If the virus gets in there, it's going to spread like wildfire. American Academy of Pediatrics has 67,000 doctors. They say kids should be masked. There were about 60 pediatric pulmonologists. They published a letter in Wall Street Journal. They say kids should be masked. And the local doctors, Cook Children's, have sent letters, and I've sent that to you in email as well earlier. Our doctors here in South Lake, more than 100 physicians, signed a letter and sent it to our school board yesterday. And no action is being taken because they are looking for leadership from county level, right? So that's why I request you guys to please put in a mask mandate so we can control this, at least until all the kids, even the ones 12 and under, can get vaccinated, and then we can kind of ride this wave down a little bit, and get this pandemic over with, or at least under control. So please consider a mask mandate for the county. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to try Marcella one more time.
Good morning.
Marcella.
Yes. How are you?
Great. This is Judge Whitley, and we're at the point in time on our agenda for audience participation. So if you would please state your name, where you live, and then you have 3 minutes to make any comments you'd like to make.
Yes, sir. Thank you. First of all, this was not part of what I was prepared to say, but good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be able to call in because I've been in the middle of a minor family emergency, and if I had to go in person, I wouldn't be able to make my comments. So I really, really, truly appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Buenos dias. My name is Maricela Ramino, and I'm a resident of Precinct 2 here in Mansfield. With that being said, I'd like to take this time to thank you, Commissioner Allen, my commissioner, and Commissioner Brooks for speaking up last week here in favor of a mask mandate. Commissioner Brooks, your words touched, inspired, and moved me. Vinny Taneja and team, you all are rock stars. I'm in constant prayer for all of you, and I thank God for your courageous leadership. Judge Whitley, as you know, our community is caught in the middle of a political and legal battle, ultimately and unfortunately affecting our most vulnerable and valuable, our kids. What I'm asking for you to do is do right by kids. Be brave for kids. We know your term is coming to an end, but while you're still here, please go down in a blaze of glory, if you will, for our kids. Mahatma Gandhi said to be the change you wish to see in the world. Dr. King said we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And he also said that the ultimate measure of man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Judge Whitley and the Commissioner's Court, that time is now. So I ask the court to please be brave. Again, please be brave leaders. Please be brave leaders for our kids. Mil gracias. Que Dios me los bendiga.
Thank you, Marcella. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Next, I will try Aaron Ross one more time.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated...
Okay, we have, in addition to those calls, we have 2 people, I believe, here, maybe 3 people in person. First is Alexander Montalvo. So as I've said before, please repeat your name and your address in 3 minutes.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. My name is Alexander Montalvo. My address is 9105 Windrush Drive North, apartment 405, Fort Worth, Texas, 76116. I'm here to ask that this body please move forward with a mask mandate for schools so that they are allowed to pass solutions that will allow them to protect students. Right now, you're aware of the information, our hospitals are being challenged, but also our schools are being challenged. Everyone is very tired from all of the work that is having to be done because of COVID, and it's understandable because it's a public health crisis. We need leadership right now in Tarrant County to be able to help school districts. My daughters attend Fort Worth ISD. I have a 4th grader who has asthma and is unable to get vaccinated at this time, and we have not felt safe having her attend school because there is no mask mandate and there's no virtual option for her either. Now, Fort Worth ISD is moving forward with virtual options in today's board meeting to talk about that. So they have that solution, but it's going to be weeks away. And when there's potential that we will have, unfortunately, more trauma and, people having to suffer unnecessarily because we're not doing the other things we can do right now. So school districts across Texas are able to pass mask mandates to protect their students, but in Tarrant County we're not because of the temporary restraining order that was put on Fort Worth ISD. But if you put an order that allows school districts to be able to pass mask mandates, then they would be able to do that effective immediately. It's my understanding the majority of the Fort Worth ISD school board want to pass a mask mandate, but they're not allowed. So what happens because we're not able to protect students as much as we can? Well, right now quarantines are going are a very high number. We saw the report over 1,000 students and teachers are quarantined. So when a student is quarantined for 10 days, they're not getting instruction for those 10 days. While they may have access to assignments, they're not having the critical instruction for the curriculum that they need. So it is impacting their education experience. It's going to negatively impact our outcomes as a community when it comes to education. We all want improved outcomes in our county and in our school districts. By not allowing school districts to protect those students and allowing them to be quarantined more rapidly, and while teachers are being quarantined as well, it is greatly impacting the education experience and the outcomes that these students will have. So please, the U.S. Department of Education is saying this is becoming a civil rights issue because students are not provided a safe environment, and they are going to pursue legal action in areas where school districts are not permitted to protect the students within those spaces. Tarrant County can make a decision. I know in 2018, you challenged the state legislature to do their part for public education because they weren't. I'm asking you to please step up and be that leader to challenge what is happening in Texas so we can protect our students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lydia Meeks.
Hi, can you hear me? Morning. Hi, my name is Lydia Meeks. I live in Hurst, Texas. I am asking the court to mandate masks on public property, including schools. I have 2 nieces in HEB ISD. The school districts have failed us. Parents and loved ones are concerned, and they are heartbroken. Their kids are not learning in a safe environment, and I'm asking you to step up and to protect them. When everyone wears a mask, transmission of the virus is greatly reduced. The Delta variant is even more contagious. And I know you know this. All of you came in wearing a mask today. Every week you get reports on how the cases are rising and the numbers will keep increasing, and yet we are not being proactive to stop the spread. Telling people or telling the public just to get the vaccine or to wear a mask is simply not enough. We need the leadership from the county to step in. There is more you can do. Other counties have mandated masks, so why has Tarrant County not? You have the power to change this, and you can help the staff at those hospitals who you just talked about, and the children who are unable to get vaccinated. So please, from all of us, please mandate masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Sherry Myers.
Good morning. This is my first time here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm one of the lucky ones because my child is old enough to be vaccinated, but it's still very scary. And being old enough, he's in high school. Those classes are challenging. I'm wondering, how is he going to keep up if he's quarantined as often as it appears he will be quarantined? Or if his allergies act up, I'll have to keep him home because what if he has COVID? So another plan would be to try to prevent COVID, to slow down the spread. The Delta variant is spreading rampantly in our county, as we knew it would. We've heard about the desperate situation in hospitals and the overworked nurses and doctors. To add to the trouble, school has started and quarantines are off to a roaring start, causing students to immediately fall behind. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, my name is Sherry Myers. I live at 2515 Primrose Avenue, 76111. Okay. Students obviously are going to fall behind if they're quarantining for 10 days and they don't have teacher instruction. Not that I'm criticizing the quarantine. I do want to stop the spread. But if that's our best plan, students not going to school and no virtual option, then where does that leave us? Death and long COVID continue to plague our community, and children are left without parents. As declared by Your Honor Judge Whitley, this is a disaster. And yet the worse it gets, the more it seems that leadership fizzles at all levels. Laws and executive orders are supposed to be for the good of the public, not for its detriment. The Disaster Act is supposed to help mitigate disaster, not make it worse. The governor does fully understand the danger of COVID-19. Hence, he has daily testing. Everyone around him must test negative, and he gets immediate access to Regeneron, and he's had 3 doses of the vaccine. Children under 12 have had no doses, and yet we send them to school surrounded by unmasked people. So basically, in a large crowd, which we're told to avoid, no masks, or the few who might volunteer to wear them, and no vaccine. So all the protections that Dr. Tanasia recommended are not available to our children who are under age 12. So since when do we as a society just abandon the children and throw them under the bus? Please strongly consider a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the public participation that we had requested this morning. I'm going to say this because, as many of you in the room know, I have always strongly lobbied for local control. In my definition, local control means not only here at the Commissioner's Court, but it means at the ISDs and it means at the cities, but it also means that we'll follow the law. And when all of this, as many of you know, there are a lot of cases before courts right now. And when we talked with our attorneys and we sat down and looked at what options we had available, we concluded that based upon the way the law is written as it stands right now, the governor has the authority to prevent us from exercising local control. Don't like it, but that is the law. And hopefully over the next few days, the courts will rule one way or another. I have said as strongly as I can say that I believe people should be vaccinated, that people should wear masks. But I also believe that the ISDs have to act, and they've got a couple of them are trying a different tack that may or may not work. The courts will determine that. But at least as far as the county goes and my ability to institute orders in consultation with the attorneys, I believe that I do not have that authority under current law. And as much as I might do something different if I did, I don't. And I've tried throughout this process not to play the what if game. So I hope that something will be determined in the next few days. I wish very much that the governor would allow the local county judges to make decisions. But the last thing in the world I want to do is put our law enforcement between a rock and a hard place and have them begin to have to try to interpret what they are supposed to exercise as authority or not exercise as authority. We need to do something. We need to do more. But when it comes to personal responsibility, everybody here has the opportunity to go out and be vaccinated. Everybody has the opportunity to wear a mask, and I would plead with them to do that. If you've got questions, call your physician. You have trusted your life with them to this point in time, and I know of no reason why to do otherwise now. Don't get your information from social media. Some of it may be correct, a lot of it is not. And I just hope that you will exercise personal responsibility, but along with that comes the responsibility for taking care of others. And that's as an important part of this personal responsibility now as anything else I know. So I plead with you to get vaccinated, to encourage anybody you have influence over to get vaccinated, and even if you have gotten vaccinated, to wear the mask, because this Delta variant is running rapid. So again, it's not what those of you who are here today wish to hear or hope to hear, but in the logic that I've applied to this, that is all I have the ability to do right now, is strongly suggest, plead, whatever adjective you want to put in front of it, get the vaccine.
Judge,
okay.
May I?
Sure.
One of the best things that we can do for our families and for our community during this pandemic is to understand how government works. Everything Judge Whitley just said is true. The governor has prohibited us from issuing a mask mandate. The Attorney General has sued jurisdictions across this state in the various courts to get rulings that say the governor is correct, that he has the authority to prevent us from issuing a mask mandate. And the lieutenant governor, in his infinite wisdom, blames the pandemic on black people. Elections have consequences. If you want a different outcome, you got to elect different people. That's all I got to say.
Okay, with that, we will just go forward to our next agenda item.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Judge and Commissioners, we have for you this afternoon for your consideration an engagement agreement with Bickerstaff, Heath Delgado, and Acosta to provide redistricting services within Tarrant County.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Members of the court, if we can now go to item number 3 under the administrator section. We're requesting actually direction from the Commissioners Court at this time. There have been a number of, some court members that have asked that we consider engaging additional consulting services to assist us in redistricting. We do have the action of the court just recently as it relates to the Bickerstaff firm. And you've seen the court communication itself, and what we're asking is that you provide information and direction to staff. If you would like for us to engage additional consulting services, we'll move forward with that, and we just simply seek your direction.
So this is an item that I specifically asked for our court to address, and obviously we just unanimously supported the hiring of Bickerstaff to assist us with our redistricting efforts. I know historically the county has utilized Bickerstaff to assist with the redistricting process. I was reminded more than once by any number of people that we have always used Bickerstaff, and that even as recent as 10 years ago, which that's fine. However, my precinct and my sitting in this seat is a reflection of the growth and the will of the people for Precinct 2. And it's really a clear example of the population growth that has resulted in the formation of a precinct where African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians and other citizens of color united to elect their candidate of choice. I'm proud to have earned their support and trust in 2018 and reminded every day that they hired me to do an important job and one that I take seriously. I trust that we all serve to provide strong and responsive representation to residents of our given precincts. It is much easier and more fair for us to advocate for the issues important to our constituents at every level of government, including county government, when precincts aren't cobbled together to to advance a political agenda, but rather configured in a way that protects fundamental voting rights and honors the needs and concerns of each and every community. We have a responsibility to acknowledge the population growth and uphold the rights that we all have. My request is plain and simple: to nurture and protect the uniqueness of our community, and that you choose to amplify the voices of our county and not stifle them. We have a shared responsibility to Tarrant County residents of color and to all Tarrant County residents. So my request to attain additional counsel to assist the Bickerstaff is in keeping with that, to make sure that we are doing right by all residents of our county, including those of color. And so with that, I move that we, as a court, would have the ability and equip GK's office with the ability to work with additional counsel to assist us with our redistricting efforts.
Motion.
It is a motion.
There's a motion, but there's not a second.
I will second the motion for the sake of discussion. I too had asked for additional counsel to help us on the redistricting process. However, I am assured that there are not 3 votes to make that happen. So that's where we are.
The comment I would make is that yes, we have used Bickerstaff. We used them in 2011. We used them in 2001. It's my understanding that we also used them in 91. Yes. All of those, I believe, were when we were under federal oversight. They've done a very good job of drawing that up, and I see no reason for us to basically say, okay, we're going to have 4 other or 3 other or 2 other or 1 other consultant in there and to use taxpayer dollars for that. So I will be voting against the motion for that reason.
What would keep constables and JPs from
needing their own legal staff. Well, I hadn't thought about that. But
So to be clear, this is
I
not.
can't hear what Gary said.
he asked about what would keep constables and JPs from also needing their individual consultants or helpers from that standpoint.
Right.
And will we be then funding a variety of consultants, legal lawyers, who might end up not agreeing, and when lawyers don't agree, they sue each other. So we're going to be paying for all these lawsuits?
So that to me honestly sounds a bit like the what if game. And to make it clear, I'm not asking to retain this council for myself. I'm asking to retain this council on behalf of the voters and citizens of Precinct 2 in the greater county. So this legal consultation would be available to every member of the court. This is not about me. It's about the residents and the voters in our county.
Say
I've
again,
been
Commissioner.
through redistricting since I've been on the court. We've used Bickerstaff each time. I don't know of ever needing additional help using them. I think they do an outstanding job, and I certainly see no need for hiring additional attorneys or people to look at this when they're doing the job that they're doing.
Okay. Well, you all have had an opportunity to do the right thing.
What?
Any other discussion?
I guess my way of voting would probably be, in my opinion, the right thing.
Okay.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Motion fails, I think 4-1. 4-1. Okay.
If we can now move to item number 4. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve an interlocal agreement. Yes, sir.
That vote did not reflect my intentions.
Please vote again. Well, okay. So Commissioner Brooks, are you vote? Okay, so it's 3. Commissioner Johnson voted no. So the vote is 3-2 against.
If we can move to item number 4. This is an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the Emergency Services District to improve access to care in the unincorporated areas of the county. Staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Tidwell.
We have one item we're asking the court to consider, and that is to receive and file the quarterly investment report for the county as of June 30th, 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. James? No, Layton. I'm sorry, CSCD. He doesn't appear to be here. We have an approval of the interim funding for the Direct and Rise Court program for fiscal year.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Elections. You got a little ahead of yourself there. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Kenesha Benjamin, the Assistant Voter Registration Manager, filling in, of course, for Hyder Garcia. I would like to ask that the court approves the order calling the special election to be conducted on November 2nd, 2021.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, Ms. Glenn.
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The second item that we have is we're asking the court to approve changes to the table of organization for the 360th District Court and the Sheriff's Office. Judge Bennett is requesting the transfer of 2 deputy sheriff positions. Those are currently vacant, as noted in your documentation. According to government, or in accordance with Government Code 53.121, she is allowed to request 2 of her own bailiffs, and so she's exercising her right to do that. This change would be effective August the 25th, which would be tomorrow.
Why can't this wait until the beginning of the budget year?
Because we have the request today. I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, they're funded anyway, aren't they?
There is funding established for these positions, yes. I indicated that they are vacant positions that are currently in the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's department, the district court actually has the authority to appoint 2 bailiffs by statute. And what she is requesting is that she wants to exercise that authority. And this does not mean that there would be a transfer of deputy sheriffs, security deputies to those positions. Rather, those positions
they are vacant positions, and of course we would work with Judge Bennett to fill those positions.
Does Judge Newell, is he the administrative judge over there right now?
He is. No, I don't believe he's the administrative judge. He too has, I believe, 2 bailiffs that he's appointed to serve in his court.
Okay. Now, what happens if these 2, when the judges have bailiffs along this top lines, when those bailiffs go on vacation, where do they go to get their replacements?
Through the sheriff's department.
Okay, this is not something I like. I wish that they were all in the sheriff's department. And if they're not, then I wish that they'd have to set up a pool and do their own vacations and their own sick time and different things along that lines. But do we have, Madam DA, who has been in both sides of this equation, if the judges, basically, do we have the ability to say to the judges, when it comes to substitutes, if you're going to give them vacation or what like that, you have to work among the bailiffs within your department as opposed to just calling the sheriff and saying, I got to have bailiffs today? Because the sheriff is in a quandary. And most of this right now is coming as a result of COVID. And that's right. And so
I didn't hear what you said, Sharon. Do you mind repeating?
He has had to ask the bailiffs who work in the courts, and his own bailiffs, not the court bailiffs as I understand, but his own bailiffs, to go work in the hospitals, not in the jail, but in the hospitals for those people who are in custody in hospital facilities. I mean, basically, it's all...
Sharon, could you get in front of the mic so we can hear?
Basically, it's all hands on deck. The sheriff has asked all of his employees, because he's got not just the jail to take care of, which is very full, but also some prisoners who are legitimate prisoners who are in the hospital for various medical...
Do we have people in the jail that's not legitimate? Sorry about that.
We've tried I think everyone in the criminal justice system has really tried very hard to get low-level people out of jail because the jail is full. I think you got a copy of a letter from the county judge of Bexar County to the state of Texas because our jail has a lot of people in it that really legitimately should be in another state facility. They're either parole violators, they've been sentenced to the penitentiary for whatever reason. The state needs to pick those people up, but that's a side issue. So the correct issue is, yes, we have had, the sheriff has been, in my opinion, legitimately asking his employees throughout the system to help out because the crisis right now is people in custody.
Now, and the judges have helped. I mean, Molly, the deal is we've got a whole lot of people at JPS. Now, they've been able to pull that number down because of some work that she did. But, you know, the bottom line is the sheriff has had captains sitting over at JPS.
He's had command staff. As I understand, command staff.
Command staff have been over there observing. Chiefs have been observing these because they're in such a tight. And what this basically, just the long and the short of it is, by moving them over to become the judges' bailiffs, they're no longer subject to the sheriff being able to utilize them at a time when there might not be a court case going on or from that standpoint.
So here's the concern. Each one of our courts is established by a statute, and each statute sets out when it established that court how many bailiffs would be given to that court, and some of them are very different. As I recall, the 297th, when it was set up, had 2 or 3 court bailiffs as opposed to judge bailiffs. I had Criminal District Court 1, which was the oldest court in criminal court in Tarrant County, and it had 2 judges, 2 court bailiffs, and one sheriff's bailiff. That's correct, right? Still, but that's the law. That's just the law. And yes, if one of my court bailiffs was out, then we notified and asked the sheriff if they would do backup. Your question is, can you tell the courts that they have to do their own backup? And I would say through budget and everything else, that's certainly within your power to tell them to do that.
What I guess I'm trying to get to the point of is, if the judges are going to take the bailiffs and then therefore not going to make them available to help out when we get in these crises, then when they decide they need to call the sheriff because they need a bailiff because they've given somebody vacation, then, you know, there needs to be communications back and forth. We will approve these 2, I'm sure, today, but I just would hope that the message is, don't do this.
Well, and every court's different. So whatever the reason why they didn't do it before, if their enabling statute says that they have a court bailiff, they have a court bailiff.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Well, I guess if it dies for a lack of a second, then...
Well, what is the law when this court was established?
They get 2 bailiffs.
Mm-hmm. That's the law. Apparently, that's what we follow around here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I've heard rumors to that effect. And by that, I'll second the motion. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So our next item, we're asking for changes to the table of organization for the following departments: the Criminal District Attorney's Office, Facilities Management, Human Resources, Information Technology, and the Sheriff's Office. So as we explain in your court communique, specifically, the Criminal District Attorney's Office is requesting 2 positions, Facilities 13, Human Resources 2, IT 3, the Sheriff's Office 11. Of course, the specific nature of each request is, again, addressed in your court communique. We're requesting these changes be made effective August the 25th, which is tomorrow. We are estimating an annual fiscal impact of about $2.7 million ARPA funding, and around $77,000 would be CDC Health Disparity Grant. These positions, of course, would be in effect as long as funding would be in effect through these grants. And once that funding goes away, then of course, there's no obligation to continue those positions.
These are all the same positions we were previously briefed on, right?
These are the positions that we approved. I didn't hear the last part.
That we were previously briefed on as a part of the ARPA staffing, or is this in addition to that?
Ellen.
These are not positions that you've been presented previously. These are recommended by the FRF working group and presented to y'all now for approval. Okay. And while they will be available through the grant time 2024, they'll actually be reviewed annually to see if they still meet the requirements for COVID-19 ARPA funding.
Okay, very good. Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Let's hope the last item is a little bit easier. So the last item, we're asking the court to approve changes to the table of organization for the ME's office. This would result in 7 deputy medical examiners positions effective October 1. There are funds that have been allocated in the FY22 budget to address these positions. This position actually is posted as we speak. We are soliciting applications, and according to my recruiter, I believe we're set to close this position in a couple of days. She has been working very closely with the administrator's office, and so I think we're making some good progress.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vinnie?
All right. Good afternoon. Public Health has 4 items for your consideration. First one is the vendor contract I mentioned earlier. It's with BioIQ. It's for COVID-19 testing services. We're requesting your approval so we can expand that capacity and have testing sites back again.
Move for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Second item is a request for approval to submit a grant application to the Texas Department of State Health Services for support of governmental public health emergency response efforts. Again, this is a series, it's number 4 in COVID-related grants coming from DSHS. The main focus is expanding vaccination capacity. Of course, COVID being the forefront, but they're wanting us to expand all of our vaccinations for children, adult safety net vaccines, all of those services. So the request is actually, I think, is going to be about $14 million. We don't know what they'll come back with, but that's what we're asking.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And then the third item is a request for approval of a subrecipient contract between Tarrant County and Chris Howell Foundation for services related to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention grant for COVID-19 health disparities. As you all recall, we received a very large grant. It was over a 2-year period. Some of the positions that were discussed earlier are part of this grant, but we are also going to be subawarding to several organizations within the community. This is one of the first ones that has made it through the contracting process. And the subaward amount, I think, is about $440,000, roughly in there. And they'll be helping us with COVID-19 relating outreach in a variety of different ways and messaging to the community to encourage the community to get vaccinated.
So they're going to be a sub-recipient of our...
Yes, sir. And so we'll be monitoring. They'll have deliverables and performance measures. A lot of that is going all the way up to CDC.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Final item is requesting an approval for agreement of grant funding between Tarrant County and the Pritzker Children's Initiative for the expansion of needed community services for children in Tarrant County. I believe we'll be getting an additional $50,000 to expand the work that's already happening here.
Move approval. Second, this was a part of Commissioner Brooks's effort when he was president of NACO.
Right.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Danny. Melissa, again, congratulations on the purchasing department receiving the award that I mentioned earlier.
Oh, thank you. Well, good afternoon. We have 8 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2021-148. This is for the sale of recycled paper for 40-plus tons of sorted white ledger and 40-plus tons of sorted office paper and 40-plus tons of OCC cardboard for facilities management, awarding to Texas Recycling per unit price.
Let me ask a question of the district attorney. Is there any reason why, unless we have objections, that we could not approve items 1 through 8? Sure. It'll be better than, no offense, but we've got a workshop we're supposed to start in 20 minutes. Not anymore?
We've sent notices to them saying that we would probably start at 2 o'clock.
Well, some of the people who are doing the presentations just showed up, so that's what made me think.
Judge, there's no public comments on those items, and if there's no objections to any one of the court, then you guys can't pick up all the items.
Move approval of items 1 through 8.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve items 1 through 8. I promise I won't do this to you again, but sure.
That's fine. You can do it every week.
I can tell you're in heaven. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
All those items pass unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
I believe that Commissioner Brooks, you have an interlocal agreement?
Interlocal agreement with the town of Edgecliff Village to overlay various streets. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Are there any appointments today? There being none, then we'll move on to the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Briefing items, Mr. Manius.
Your Honor, members of the court, I simply have one question, and it's really to the budget director. Under the fiscal 2022 budget issues, we're going to have to publish some information as relates to salaries and issues such as that. And do we include it in the budget? Have you included the 3% PFP funds?
Well, that was a yes, sir, just for the record, so that Commissioner Johnson. One other thing that I would like to add, and I have talked with budget, I've talked with HR. Last year, we did not give any of the elected officials increases. That also affected certain individuals who work for us. I am not suggesting that we add to the base, but I would like to suggest that we approve and put into the budget a 3% lump sum payment that would occur sometime around the beginning of October, the beginning of our new year. That would, in calculations that I've worked with on both HR and budget, that would cost approximately between $225,000 and $250,000. And I would like to make that, if we need to approve that just for it to be a part of the budget, then I would make that as a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
So I see that Judge Swearingen is here also. Judge, is this the time you want to present your request as relates to the budget?
Hungry people on a schedule. Probably not the best time to be the last person here. I'm asking today for your consideration and approval for one additional court clerk for Justice of the Peace Court Precinct 1. Just a little history here. The last time we added a clerk was in 2008. Since 2019, we have implemented in our court strict workload measures that I'm not aware of any other court, in fact, in the state that does what we do at the level that we do it, measuring our productivity, errors, and a number of other things. Some of the handouts that were made available to you, and you may not have those, is statistical information that goes back as far as 2016, showing the continuing increase yearly in our cases. And our volume of cases has had a steady increase. The only time actually there was a drop was in 2020, obviously somewhat related to COVID. But being that we are the first and perhaps still the only mandated completely electronic court in the state of Texas, and our court actually was also one of the very first court, if not the first court, to implement e-file when that first came available in 2013. So we're a little unique in how we handle things and how we measure and evaluate. Back in 2019, we worked with the Budget Office in Helen, and we participated in a workload measure study. That workload measure study, I will tell you, showed that we were five clerks behind. Certainly not asking for anything like that. That's a pie in the sky, idealistic. But I can tell you that we need one additional person. Some of the other judges that have come here and spoke before you that have talked about their need, they're legitimate. It's rather hard and difficult sometimes to quantify to you all when you're not completely aware of what goes on with a clerk. When you think clerk, you may have your own definition or understanding of what's being done. But clerks in our court, and specifically in my court, are tasked to do a number of things that are unique. Again, because we are a completely paperless and electronic court, it requires a number of things. I can go on and on about breaking down the specific task, and I think that's what Judge Gregory tried to do last time, was explain when he was making his presentation that it's all the things that perhaps you don't understand that go on pre-trial, at the time of filing, pre-trial, through trial, post-trial, judgment. We have people that have to be trained to do a multitude of tasks. And it's not just, here's the piece of paper or one electronic filing and that's the end of it. It takes a lot of moving parts and processes, and that's the reason why we have written processes for everything we do in this court. And we share them with other courts out throughout the state, as well as the courts here within Tarrant County that have an interest in learning that. But everything from motion hearing, transfers, venue, special appearance, jurisdiction, pretrials, summary disposition, along the way, that's just the upfront stuff. And then later, with all the things that go on. Again, I don't want to bore you because I know you have a lot of things that are pressing. But I want to point out just one thing that I think one of the measures that we've utilized since we started this in the end of 2019, the first of 2020. That is evaluating our monthly call volume. And you should have a sheet that tells you what our call volume has been. We started through March, April, May, June, July, etc. We're averaging 40 plus calls. So if you take our clerks and how many calls that come in that office, our clerks are utilizing 40 plus hours a week just trying to answer phone calls. In fact, I had Daisy, my court manager, who you all know is an extraordinary, award-winning court manager, by the way, pulled together our current volume from August the 2nd to date. We've had 132 hours devoted to calls. That's 44 hours per week average. So just that alone and the amount of calls we come in justify one additional person, I believe. Again, I know some of the other judges have been here. They've not been successful. I'm assuming I won't be, but I wanted you to hear from me today because I believe that perhaps here's the invitation for any and all of you who would like to come to our court. Come to my court. I'll be glad to let you see, step in, be a ghost, and watch how productive these people are and how they have no downtime in my court. It's continuous, nonstop work. And our caseloads continue to increase. And again, I've given you a snapshot here, kind of a few years back, and it just continues to do so. One of the benefits too, and I think probably one of the benefit to us is that we're electronic, and so when a lot of discussion today about COVID. When COVID hit, I'd gotten a call from the Office of Court Administration, David Slayton, who's the head of that, and he said because we had been electronic, he wanted us to be the first court to test out the Zoom hearings. And we did that about 2 weeks before anybody else heard about it. And so when COVID became a shutdown issue in the county, my employees, because we're electronic, they were all able to take their laptops and go home. And we literally did not have to shut our doors. Now, sure, some people wanted to come to our courtroom and bang on the door like they normally would, but those who know and go to our website, which, by the way, is probably one of the best in the state, go to our website and knew that business continued. Electronic filings came in. We were able to process everything. And so, again, those people, while many other people were home, unable to work, my staff continually worked and have been. I think one of the things I wish you all would have a better understanding of, at least my perception is you don't have a clear understanding of, is the type of work and what's expected, the volume of work in a Justice of the Peace Court for a clerk that multitasks everything from handling all the documents I've told you about, having to be cross-trained, and then multitasking versus clerks in other areas within the county. I'm telling you, you're more than welcome. I've mentioned this before when I've been up here in the years past. Come see me. Come see our clerks, really, because they make us what we are, and we're very successful. We've been fortunate to be a model. Many people from out this state come to our court to see what we're doing. My clerks need help, or I wouldn't be here today. And I'd ask for your consideration to vote to add one clerk to my staff, please.
Judges, we kind of, at least from my standpoint, what we said to J.P. Gregory, it's the same thing that I feel right now. Is we've just talked earlier about the fact that we're going to redistrict, and your area is going to be redistricted. And many times when it comes to the J.P. courts, we do it based upon volume of activity. And so I see us looking to spread your volume of activity to other J.P. courts, and that as a result of that, there's going to have to also potentially be a redistribution of staff, and that I would hope that after we get that all done, that's why I'm saying instead of adding people now, when we know that the redistricting is coming up in a matter of sometime over the next probably 12 months, that would be the time to look at it after we've had an opportunity to reevaluate that. So that was my reason for saying no to J.P. Gregory, and it's the same reason why I can't support this one at this point in time.
I would also point out that although your numbers are heavier than other courts in some areas, they are less heavy than other courts in other areas. And it probably balances itself out pretty well.
Well, if I can make a comment to that, if you talk about ticket citation and Class C's volume, that doesn't compare to the volume of work that goes into civil litigation. Not even close. Not even close. And that's mainly what my court does, about 95% civil litigation. Anything else from anybody? I'd be glad to answer any question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's all we have at this time.
Then we'll recess our open meeting, proceed to close to discuss items exempted under Section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code. First, let me apologize for having to push y'all back an hour and almost 20 minutes. But as usual, we have a plan, but since COVID's hit, nothing's gone according to plan. So with that, who's going to start us off?
Okay, we're going to go into work session, and Kristen, you want to lead?
All right, well, thanks everyone, Judge, Commissioners, participants. Thank you for coming to participate in the fourth of our series of ARPA-related work sessions. We appreciate your patience again as we've started a little later than anticipated. The agenda today is full of great information from a variety of speakers focused on economic recovery from the pandemic in Tarrant County. In the spirit of efficiency, I'm going to skip through a few background slides and right into the goals for this work session. All of the information is in your packets for future reference if you have questions over anything I skipped. The 5 goals we've identified for this focus session, this focus area, are to support disproportionately impacted industries, strengthen Tarrant County businesses, improve access to high-quality dependent care, expand job training and workforce development opportunities, and facilitate economic recovery through innovation. This is a recap slide of our 4 focus areas. We have suggested goals for work session 5. That's focus area 4, strengthen the community. In an effort to get our August 31st report ready, we did have to go ahead and identify some goals. Please note that those can be modified to incorporate any additional needs that are identified as we move through this process. With that, I'll introduce focus area, or goal 1, Our first presenter today is Michael Jacobson, CEO of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Jacobson will provide a broad overview that encompasses multiple goals, but we did want to have him here at the top of the agenda, so he will present first, followed by Katie McCoy of Innovative Emergency Management. We'll go ahead and get started with Mr. Jacobson.
That one right there? Okay. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And let me thank the court for their leadership during this COVID-19 crisis and what y'all have done with working with our chambers, supporting our business community, helping us through a really challenging, almost now, I guess, a year and a half, a little bit more. So it's been of great help to us, and I will tell you, starting out, that our business community is incredibly resilient, and we've made it through a pretty difficult time. And so the report that I'm going to give isn't as dire as you might think, and a lot of that has to do with just the resiliency of business. I'm here representing the Coalition of East Tarrant Chambers, so I do want to thank Mary Frazier, who's here from HEB, and Jack Bradshaw from the Northeast Chamber, and Lori Williams from the Mansfield Chamber. They're all behind me, and Radonna Hessel from Grapevine was part of this presentation as well, but couldn't be here. I also had a communication with the Fort Worth Chamber and talked to Brandon and with Steve Montgomery and got some input from them as well. What I'm not going to talk about is what's going on right now with COVID-19 and how is that impacting businesses at the moment. I'm going to look beyond that, but I will say from the Fort Worth Chamber, one of the biggest challenges is people are just looking for answers. What can a business do? What can it not do? And that tends to be the biggest challenge right now, is just understanding the playing field and what we can and can't do, or maybe even should do. So with that, I'll go to the presentation. So we had come before the Greater Arlington Chamber of Commerce, the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, last week. So I thought I would share some things from the Fed just to give some context to the overall economy. So you can see on the slide that the regional economy right now is in a robust expansion. So employment and output are growing beyond trend. So again, the economy is acting like we would hope our economy would act, and it's surviving. The signs of improvement are numerous. You can see it in the tightening of the workforce. Consumers are doing really well. People in the consumer industries are doing really well. Low and moderate income groups are also seeing some improvement. So there's improvement across the board. Activity, though, is still suppressed by a couple of things, and one of these I'm going to focus on. The other one I'm not. So supply chain constraints and finding employees. Those are the two things that are creating the biggest challenges for business today, and that's whether you're big or small. The implications of it might be slightly different. So supply chain on a small business may mean that the price of their goods are more expensive, right? The supplies that they need to buy, the equipment they need to buy. But supply chain is creating a significant issue. It's creating cost pressure, and businesses, of course, are passing along that pressure. But the pressure, we're hopeful looking forward, is I think we're going to peak. The supply chain is starting to normalize. And as I mentioned earlier, COVID-19 remains still a risk. We're not sure what to expect moving forward, so that's an understood challenge. If you look moving forward, the Fed says that there'll be a 4.4% growth in employment in forecast for 2021. Of course, we're already into 2021, with all jobs that have been lost during the pandemic projected to be recovered by early 2022. So again, on a track to full employment, and I know Judy McDonald will have some numbers, I'm sure, later. Savings, and there's still savings, and there's pent-up demand, which will continue to spur growth. So people are getting dollars, stimulus dollars, that they're pumping in to the economy. Some people, though, have been saving those stimulus dollars, and there's that pent-up demand that we think you'll see. And supply chain bottlenecks and labor shortages are a drag now, but we hope that they begin to ease as well. So that's an overall economic look. Sorry, I realize now that I wasn't clicking. So I didn't realize that these had builds on them. So, now let me go to general guidance. I'll go ahead and build this out. Okay. So some general guidance as y'all look at ARPA dollars and make considerations on how you support the overall economic growth of our region. One of the things I would suggest is you really look for systemic activity to revitalize growth. There's a desire to do grants and individual grants to businesses, and some of that may be necessary. I say there are specific industries that may need gap support: hospitality, travel, restaurants. There's no doubt that there's organizations that are, industries that are still being impacted. But I would suggest we look for systemic activity to revitalize growth. Support organizations that are doing the work. So the good news is, and many of them are on the agenda behind me, there's a lot of great organizations out there that are doing really good work. So how the county can come in and maybe add some additional structure, generate value, provide leadership, I think that's where there's some real upside. And I would say you want to incentivize innovation, so drive innovation. It's one of the things that we learned coming in through COVID is the more innovative we are, the better we're going to be long term. The more that we learn to operate in the world that we're in today and don't just rely on past tactics, we're going to be better off long term. So I think driving for innovation is going to be critical. We've seen it in our chamber world. We've had to change dramatically. To give you an example, at the Greater Arlington Chamber, we were very proud that we had 18,000 people come to our events annually. During the COVID timeframe, we've had 130,000 people attend our online events. So there's learning there. How do you use that innovation to continue to have greater work? The same applies to business as well. And then I would suggest you look for tipping points. So where are those areas where regional leadership and investment will make a difference? You're going to hear about entrepreneurship later. I'm going to talk about it too. I think entrepreneurship is one of those areas that's well positioned. It might be at a tipping point. It just needs that little nudge to get it over. And then I have no doubt there are gaps. And here I don't have answers to, but it's what are we missing? What are those things that are needed? What are we missing? And how can you help close those gaps? Okay, let me talk about workforce for a second. And I'm going to talk about workforce in some different ways here. So, one, we need to be able to attract the best talent in the world. So the attraction of talent is important. Recruiting talent to our county is critical. We need to be able to promote this county as a premier location to work, live, and to create opportunity for yourself. So anything that we can do to get the word out there about Tarrant County being a place that where people do want to seek their future. They see that opportunity. They're willing to come here because they see that great opportunity. So I think there's a potential opportunity for the county to be supportive in the attraction of talent to our region. We also need to upskill our current workforce. One of the challenges is we want to upskill the work or move people around based on the needs of a particular company, and the folks that are there don't have the training that they need. So any help in the upskilling, and we'll talk about Tarrant County College and others, but they're all part of that mix. Another challenge is making sure we're developing the workforce that we need for this region. And let me talk about that for a second. I think there is a great opportunity to support and coordinate ongoing workforce development activities. Tarrant County College is the leader in this space. We have a tremendous community college system, and we need to support that community college system to be able to develop the workforce that we need. I tell folks all the time, a college degree is a wonderful thing, and I would never tell somebody not to pursue a 4-year college degree. But there's a tremendous amount of need out there for the trades, 2-year degrees. That part of our workforce is critical, and we need to continue to develop it, and Tarrant County College has all the assets to be able to do that. Texas Workforce Solutions, who you'll hear from later today, is another great organization that helps develop workforce. All of our chambers rely heavily on the Texas Workforce Solutions to help us create the jobs that we need when we're attracting a particular company. I think our chambers of commerce are all involved in workforce development as well. I'll give you an example. Our chamber had 192 students in internships over this past year, even during COVID. So we all do education, workforce development programs. And then, of course, our school districts have really developed some pretty amazing workforce development programs. And in Arlington, you've got the Dan Dybert Career Tech Center, which if you haven't toured, I'm sure Commissioner Allen maybe has gotten you out there to see that. The Ben Barber Career Tech Academy in Mansfield, the Gene, and I'm going to mispronounce. Thank you. The HEB ISD, and then Birdville Center for Technology and Advanced Learning. These capabilities are amazing. It's just how do we help pull this all together to be able to really do a great job of developing the workforce that we need. Another challenge is, of course, small businesses fail. It's just the reality. Small businesses, it's a struggle to keep small businesses going. So anything that we can do that supports the skills development of small businesses. So how do we help small businesses be better at what they do? Understand what their customer needs, understand what the market has, understands how to use technology, understands how to manage employees. All of those things are important. And again, you've got our Chamber of Commerce that do that work. SBDC is a great asset. They do terrific work, and of course SCORE, and there's others, but we do need to find ways to help our small businesses succeed. And as we know, like 80% of all small businesses fail. So if we can move that needle a little bit, we could have a huge economic difference. And by the way, 99% of the businesses in Tarrant County are small business. So, making sure that we're supporting small business is critical. And I'll talk about one other area, and it's not showing exactly right on here, but we need to ignite new businesses. Entrepreneurship is critically important. The challenge is creating a supportive ecosystem for entrepreneurs. And again, you see great work that's going on in pockets of the region. You'll hear from Tech Fort Worth here in a little bit. UTA has some great activities going on as well with the Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which will be opening soon. Grapevine EDC has entrepreneurship programs. There's things going on around the region. But do we really understand what that ecosystem looks like? And where the county can have a difference is most entrepreneurs aren't paying attention to whether they're in Fort Worth or Arlington or Hearst or Watauga or, name the community. They really just want an ecosystem that supports them and helps them grow. So I think there is an opportunity here as well. I think we need to have a more developed entrepreneurship program in our region. We're looking at it in Arlington. I know Fort Worth is looking at it. I know other communities are. So the county, through its leadership and its ability to pull people together, I think could make a difference here to help us ignite new businesses, which I think in the long term is critically important for our economy. That's the overview presentation that I have. So I appreciate the time to speak to y'all. I don't know if we have times for questions or if I'm just supposed to present.
The only question, and this may be a question later on for Gene, you talked about the associate degrees, you talked about certifications. Do we have any current numbers on how many kids are graduating? Because I know right now you can graduate from high school with, in some situations, almost an associate degree or a certification. And do we have any, and then from Judy's perspective, do we have any numbers on how many of those types of jobs are available and how we're marketing those to kids coming out of high school? Or
So I'm not going to pretend that I have the answers right now. I know there is that data that is available, and I think probably the chancellor will also tell you that there's a lot of adults that are also upskilling themselves in the community college as well. So it's not all just younger, as you know, not just younger students. It's the whole gamut.
Retooling.
But I think all that data is there to be able to orchestrate a plan around.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
So I do have a question for you, Michael. And I know early on when we were talking about implementing our programs through our CARES dollars, that you provided input to me and others on what we could do to be most helpful to businesses. I heard you say, and I made a note of your point about not just relying on past tactics. While we haven't made any particular decisions about how we're going to support small businesses with the ARPA dollars, speak to your experience or that you heard from Arlington area businesses about our CARES and what worked, but more specifically what didn't work. And you're not going to hurt anybody's feelings, right? That's why we're here.
Well,
to learn.
I don't know. I'll try to answer it.
Okay.
But getting a cash lifeline for a lot of businesses made a huge difference, particularly in the middle or beginning of COVID, where the economy hadn't quite figured things out yet, and we were a real moment of flux, and just having dollars to keep you going was critically important. And I think what you saw both, and I think maybe the SBA speaks later too, is initially people were craving those dollars to help them, right? The economy around them crashed. They needed the dollars to keep things going. And I think that was very beneficial for business. No matter how easy you made it, the negative comments would be it was too complicated. And it was too hard to get the paperwork filled out, too hard to be able to show what the harm was. And so there's a lot of businesses that came to us that said, yeah, we really need these dollars. Well, are you going to pursue this? No, it's too complicated. So no, it's not that complicated. We'll help you. So I think the influx of cash was critically important at the time, and for some it may still be. So I don't want to dismiss that there would be, not a reason to support some businesses who need that influx of cash. I think, to me, though, I start looking towards the future and wondering how do we continue to grow our economy and so that it supports our region. And that, by the way, needs to be
one or two
across the board, an inclusive economy that supports small, disadvantaged, big, medium size. All businesses need that support.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank
The one difference might be, and I don't know whether the auditor would agree, last time we were looking to define a loss within a specific period of time, and we had no regularly filed report that could just point to that loss. I would think that maybe, and I'm going to look to Kristen, if this time we were looking at what were the losses last year, now we have a 2020 tax return that would demonstrate a loss compared to 2019. And it would have been a return that probably has already been filed or is in the near time of being filed before we actually end up having to spend the money. So it might be one of those things where if we, unless the government puts other things on us, we can just compare tax return for 2020, COVID, tax return for 2019, non-COVID, it'll define the loss if there was one.
I think, something like that will work. I will tell you from a loss, and I'll give you an example. So last night, I'm meeting in Northeast Tarrant County, I'm meeting at Sweetie Pie's. And I look around and, half the tables are they're not full. And that's not because of COVID. There's no restrictions on them from filling a table. They just can't find the workers. So before, it was a COVID issue. Their capacity was reduced, and they were feeling hardship from that, and they were losing revenue because of directly linked to actions that were being taken on COVID. Now, that's why I come back and point to workforce. Now, there's nothing. It is still COVID, but there's nothing that's. Yeah. In other words, there's not restrictions on them that are impacting their business. It's their inability to find workers. So they could be doing a lot more business if they had more workers. And in the restaurant world, you see that
well, it
all
extends,
over.
You're right, especially to hospitality, especially to restaurants, hospitals.
Yeah.
Just about any business who is hiring someone at I'm not going to say a lower level wage, but it's terrible. And I'm like you. I haven't found a restaurant yet who doesn't have a now hiring sign out front.
Yeah, and so I think you look at looking at losses and all that is good, and if there's a way of filling that gap, and it's driven directly by actions that have reduced their ability to do business. And then there's looking at it and saying, well, now we're in a sort of new world. In this new world, what are the issues? And how do we resolve those issues? If you're trying to remodel your home right now, good luck on that, right? It's hard to find people who can do it. Labor force is tight, and it is across the spectrum. And I think the challenge on the lower skill side, it's not only just finding lower skill, but it's keeping them. Keeping them is really challenging. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you all. I appreciate the time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for having me back.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Good. Cool. So we were asked to put together a couple of slides to talk about the direct impacts to Tarrant County, specifically regarding the industries or the sectors that were most affected. So the first was leisure and hospitality, so that's going to include restaurants, bars, that type of stuff. And you can see it also was the most affected sector within the state as well as the nation. When we look at the jobs between Q1 2020 and Q1 2021, we saw a loss of about 18,000 jobs specifically for that sector within Tarrant County. The second most affected sector was the education and health services. That's somewhat in alignment with state and with the nation. They split those out for the nationwide numbers, but for that particular sector for Tarrant County, we saw a loss of about 8,000 jobs. And then manufacturing was the third most affected sector for Tarrant County, seeing about a loss of about 3,000 jobs for that same time frame.
What was number 2 for the state?
That would have been, I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I should have grabbed that. I'm so sorry.
And then Katie, will you go back to number 1? What was the Tarrant County loss?
18,000 jobs. So there were some additional sectors specific to Tarrant County that saw a loss of jobs between about 1,000 and 3,000 jobs lost. And those include trade, transportation, and utilities, construction, and then natural resources and mining. So from a broader perspective for the nation, for nationwide, there were a couple of other industries that were directly impacted, like airlines, leisure facilities, oil and gas drilling, apparel and home furnishing retail stores, and then casinos and gaming. I think it's important to mention that with American Airlines being housed in Fort Worth and Tarrant County, and seeing that direct impact from the loss of their flights, both cargo and passenger, and then the direct impact to the region with DFW Airport being their major hub, and that's about a $37 billion economic driver for the region. But looking forward, the gentleman before me mentioned the growth projection for the next couple of years. We're looking at things like outpatient care centers, home health care centers, and technical and trade schools really being some of the fastest growing projects coming up in the next 7 years, and that's from the Texas Workforce Commission. When we're looking at minority and women-owned businesses, there was also some significant impacts to them as well. So in March and April of 2020, we saw about 3.3 million businesses, or 22% of all businesses, turn to inactive. And then you'll see the majority of those were disproportionately either minority-owned or female-owned businesses. In June 2020, we saw a partial rebound with that number going from 22% to 8%, so a lot of businesses reopening. But a large number of those were still disproportionately impacted, were minority and women-owned. And then as we moved into October and we continued to see more openings, one of the things that we noticed in the trend, and I'm sorry I don't have a percentage there, was that even Black-owned businesses were still closing at a much higher rate than white-owned businesses. And that is all I have, so I can open it up for questions.
What was the source for your data? And if it had multiple sources, I understand.
We had multiple sources, but we can share that with you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And could you find out what number 2 was?
We will. Anything else?
I think I'll get it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
So, as Michael alluded to earlier, last year Tarrant County utilized a portion of our CARES funds that we received to address the immediate needs of our county's small business community with the provision of small business grants up to a maximum of $10,000 each. Just over $23 million in grant funding was provided to about 29,000 local businesses. Over 65% of those funds went to minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses. Our business community is now working to recover economically, even while the pandemic still affects the daily life in our community. Under the American Rescue Plan, a variety of funding sources are available for programs that assist businesses in different ways. Our next speakers will provide information on the programs and resources available to assist with our next goal, strengthening Tarrant County businesses. They will share their perspectives regarding the continued impact to small businesses in our county from COVID, what assistance the business communities need most to return to a stable economic position, and what programs and efforts might assist businesses prepare for sustainability and growth in the future. Our first speaker is Elsie Collins, the Deputy District Director of the Small Business Administration, the Dallas-Fort Worth District Office. I'm going to have Elsie come on forward.
Lisa, can I ask, you said 29,000. Was that 29,000 or 29,000?
I'm sorry, 2,900.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Hi. I'm good. Okay, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes to really kind of talk a little bit about the SBA programs that are still remaining as a result of COVID, and talk a little bit about what we're doing. So I'll jump into it and try to make sure that I stay within my 10 minutes here. All right.
Ms. Elsie, would you pull that mic closer to you?
What about now? Yeah,
that's much
better.
better.
All right. I'll go ahead and get started here. All right, so Everybody, when COVID-19 hit in the aftermath, there are various programs that SBA was involved in, like the PPP program, the Paycheck Protection Program. And that program has ended. It ended on May 31st. And a lot of small businesses were helped by the Paycheck Protection Program. And right now, they're in the phase where they're looking to get those loans forgiven. So the program closed on May 31st. But now we're moving into the forgiveness phase where the applicants would make application with their lender or directly with SBA to get those loans forgiven. Another program that was out there that is now closed was the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. That program closed. It ran out of funding. On Friday, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant closed on Friday. So those programs are finished. But the three programs that are still available for small businesses, for one, is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. That was the initial program that was put in place last year in March of 2020 when COVID first hit. At that time, SBA was looking at, they had limited the amount of loans to about $150,000 as the maximum loan, and for businesses that were small. And they were giving them 6 months of working capital. But that has changed. In April of this year, SBA announced that they were going to take it to $500,000. So those businesses that were eligible based on their revenues could get up to $500,000. So that program is still open right now. So a lot of individuals, a lot of businesses that already had applied have made application to get a loan increase up to $500,000 as their eligibility. The program in itself, the normal Economic Injury Disaster Program, has a $2 million limit. SBA has not set that $2 million limit, but that is forthcoming. So that at some point, that's going to, they're still working on some issues with that. So right now, the Economic Injury Disaster Program is still open. Businesses that were in business as of January 31st, by January 31st of 2020 are eligible to apply for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. So that's the program that's still open, and they have until December 31st of 2021 to make application. The second program that I will highlight that's still open is the Targeted Idle Advance. Last year, SBA, when COVID first hit, SBA was allocated $20 billion to provide the advance/grants, and that was up to $10,000. Those funds, of course, were depleted last year, and those funds are no longer available. The maximum was $10,000. In the new plan that came out this year, SBA was able to put in place the Targeted Idle Advance. It's a little bit different, and it's specifically for those businesses that are located in a low-income area, and if they suffered at least 30% drop in revenues, then they would be eligible for the Targeted Idle Advance. So that program is still available, and there's still funding that's available. So an individual, if they would have gotten, let's say last year they would have received $1,000 because they had one employee in those grant funds that were available. If they're in a low-income area, they could actually apply for the difference. So the max was $10,000. If they receive $1,000 last year as a grant/advance, if they're in a low-income area and they suffered at least a 30% drop in revenues, then they could apply for the difference with up to $9,000. So that program is still available. And the third program is the Supplemental Advance Program. And that is also based on being in a low-income area, and if you suffered at least a 50% drop in revenues compared to 2019. So, in essence, a business owner that is in a low-income area would be eligible up to the $10,000 plus an additional $5,000 if they can show that they suffered at least a 50% drop in revenues. So those are the three programs that are still available, and I will go to the next slide. On the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program that is available right now, the maximum that I talked about right now is about $500,000. For loans that are between $1,000 and $25,000, there's no collateral that's required, no personal guarantee. They can apply online. for individuals that are needing $25,000 to $500,000. If the loan is less than $25,000, no collateral. If it's over $200,000, then there's a personal guarantee that they would have. The funds could be used, it's a working capital. So they can't use it for business acquisition, but they can use it for payroll, cost of goods, all of their expenses and things like that. So that's available. Last year, when SBA made the economic injury disaster loans, they gave the business owners a 12-month deferment, which means that your payment will not be due for a year. This year, in April, SBA announced that for the loans that were made last year, they're extending that deferment from 12 months to 24 months. So if they received an economic injury disaster loan last year, they were giving 24 months before they would actually have to repay that loan. For any loans that are made this year, then the business owners that are taking out those loans will have an 18-month deferment, which means that they would not make the payments until 18 months. The program is a pretty good program for the businesses. All the terms are set at 30 years, regardless of the amount, so to make it affordable. They can use it for wages, rent. They just can't use it to go out and make major acquisitions and pay off any other debt. But if it was some debt that was occurred as a direct result of COVID-19, then they could pay those expenses. The application in itself, the small businesses, if you have 500 employees or less, you're classified as being small. SBA does look at the credit score. If they have a credit score of at least 570, then the loan could be approved. Less than 570, likely it will be declined unless there are some circumstances associated with that credit that caused it, and they can ask for reconsideration and supply whatever additional information they have. And at that point, they may have to do a repayment analysis. So the only thing is they have to show that they were in business in 2020, January of 2020. So when you talked about gaps, one of the gaps in the program is if for those businesses that just started in 2020, after January 31st, 2020, then they would not be eligible for the program. And any businesses that, you start your business right now, we're still getting a lot of calls for people who want to start businesses, they would not be able to utilize this program. As far as the loan amount, SBA for this particular program, they're taking their annual revenues. And since we're going to looking at 24 months of working capital, they're taking their annual revenues minus cost of goods sold, multiplied by 2, and that's the maximum amount that they would be eligible for. The documentation that's required, last year it was self-certification when they completed the application. They put in their revenues, they put in their basic information, and SBA was approving the loan. Midway through, because of significant amount of fraud and things like that, SBA had to pivot and go back to some of the guidelines that were in place before, which would mean verifying that through tax return and getting the transcript back from the IRS. So right now, that's what the business owners, when they're making their application online, they'll complete the 4506T, which will allow us to get the transcript from the IRS. This is the program when I was talking about the Targeted EIDL Advance, which is a grant, and the supplemental. And I just did a comparison there just to kind of show the differences there. The 30% drop in revenue, and if you have 300 employees or fewer, then you would be eligible. On top of that, if you are also in that low-income community and you suffered at least a 50% economic loss, then you would be eligible for the additional $5,000.
So, Elsie, for that, let's see, you referenced it a couple times for if you're in a low-income area. Is that determined by what? By census tract, by zip code, or some other geographical boundary?
Yes, SBA is using information received from the IRS. So basically what an applicant would do is on our website, when they go to make this application, there's a mapping tool there. And one of the things we ask them to do before you start making that application is you put in your address there, and it will let you know whether or not you're in a designated low-income community. And I think it's it turns purple or something like that. You put your address in there. If you're in a low-income area, then you would be eligible to apply for the targeted grant.
Okay, thank you.
And so here I just basically kind of had the next slide. What do? They go to the website, you put in your address, you check it out, and if you're in that low-income community, then you would move to the application process. What SBA will look at, what they'll ask them to put in is their revenues on a monthly basis, because they're looking for that 30% or 50% drop in revenues. So they're looking at it over an 8-week period. So there's just an application where they actually go in there and put their monthly sales starting in 2019, all of 20, and 2021. And as long as there's 30% drop or 50% drop in revenues, then they would be eligible. Okay, so this slide here that I added, I wanted to just kind of let everybody know about the other programs that SBA has that's normally involved in. Everybody knows about the 7A, the normal SBA guaranteed loans. In spite of COVID-19, the lending in our Dallas-Fort District is still high. For the Dallas-Fort Worth, we cover 72 counties, and we'll hit in excess of $1 billion in regular lending for fiscal year 2021 that ends on September 30th. Micro lending and surety bonds. A lot of people don't know that SBA also has, just like we have a guaranteed loan program, we have the surety bond program. It's similar to where SBA would guarantee on that surety bond. Government contracting opportunities. A lot of people want to do business with the federal government, and we offer information on that. And we also have our resource partners that we work very closely with. Bob will be up in a little bit with SCORE, and he'll speak to really what they do, and they're very valued resource partners that help out a tremendous amount of businesses. And then we have a women's business center and a veterans business center here in our area. And these are just some of the resources that a lot of people are not aware of. A lot of it's on our website, and so you can check out our website, and all of that information is on there. And here's just some additional resources where I talk about our website and just how to follow us. And then also there's a DFW mailbox for any questions that you have for us. We've got a email box, dfwdo.email@sba.gov, and we'll try to respond as quick as we possibly can. And we're not the disaster office, but we're the district office. But the disaster office is located there in not too far from our office, and we get a lot of carryover. So we're dealing with a lot of the COVID calls right now in terms of the businesses that are trying to tap into those increases and make application. And there you have it. That's my contact. There you go. I think I'm in my 10 minutes. I think.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
So at the end of July, you may have heard that the U.S. Economic Development Administration announced $3 billion in supplemental funding to be provided to address economic recovery from the pandemic. These programs are just now being rolled out, so we just wanted to make you aware of them. There's 6 programs that have shown here. The travel and tourism and outdoor recreation is one that we are most interested in, as well as Good Jobs Challenge and the statewide recovery and research networks also. The private businesses, unlike the programs offered by the SBA, private businesses cannot apply for the EDA funds. These are funds that are geared for state, local, tribal, and other governmental entities to be used state and regional and countywide for programs within our areas. Now, through our area, the North Central Texas Council of Governments, through their North Central Texas Economic Development District, is the representative that works with the EDA and will be providing guidance to all of our counties in the region on these programs. So we intend to stay on top of these programs, and as they start to be rolled out, see how maybe our county can and work with our region and our other cities to access some of these funds. This slide is really hard to see, but I put it in there so it's in your packet because it actually shows you a little bit more information about the programs, when the application periods are going to be opening up and such. So we just wanted to make you aware of this information. Before IEM is able to get out into the community and start talking to our stakeholders, we at staff level have done a quick survey to the economic development directors in our region and some of the city managers to find out, are they going to be able to use ARPA funding to assist businesses? And so based on the few that we received back, this shows a little bit about what we have found. About 45% of the businesses did indicate they're going to use some amount of their ARPA funds to assist local businesses. 33% are still waiting to see. And about 22% said no, they would not be using ARPA funds because they had to use them for other revenue recovery and infrastructure improvements. Of the ones who said they were going to use ARPA funds, most of them are looking at programs that are only between $100,000 and $200,000 for their city, and these programs would be more in the way of shop local programs. Few were doing some grants to targeted sectors and to targeted businesses. They also looked at more of a wait and see, and let's see because some of them are concerned about guidance and how that is ever changing, and so they're waiting to see how they can use those funds. When asked if additional funds were necessary to be helping the businesses, they did note that yes, those funds are needed, but not so much in the forms of grants. They looked at maybe targeting help for the service and hospitality industries, helping to address labor shortages, maybe funding hiring bonuses, assisting with lost revenue, and then supporting facility and safety and sanitation improvements in those facilities. So we just wanted to let you see a little bit about what's in the community. Now, for the larger cities we've talked to, Fort Worth and Arlington are also not looking to do direct grants, but are looking to invest in more training programs and innovation programs that will do kind of what Michael said, and to provide systemic growth in the community in the future. So with that, I wanted to introduce our next two speakers, who currently are working to mentor and provide training for businesses in our community, and they will address their programs and the business needs that they see. First, we have Bob Sifferman, who's the chapter chairman for the Fort Worth chapter of SCORE, and then following him, we'll hear from Rodney Johnson, the director of the Tarrant County Small Business Development Center.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Judge. Thank Commissioners for the opportunity to talk with you. I want to take this opportunity, since I think this is the first time we've been able to talk with you from a SCORE perspective, to give you an overview of really what SCORE is, and specifically SCORE Fort Worth. So SCORE is a resource partner, as Elsie talked about, for the SBA. There's 240 some chapters of SCORE throughout the United States. There's two in the DFW area. As you can imagine, there's one in Fort Worth at the Business Assistance Center with Rodney and the SBDC and the Economic Development Group, and then there's one over in Dallas. To give you a feeling of SCORE Fort Worth is that we're about 65 and we're all volunteers, giving back to the community. We grew pretty quickly in the last couple of years based on the rising demand outside of COVID into the Fort Worth area of our needs, of what's needed by us, or companies are needed by us. So again, we're all volunteer, we're giving back to the community, and we provide really three things. These three things are: we provide free confidential mentoring. And before COVID, we did that mostly in person, and we utilized 11 different locations in Tarrant County, leveraging chambers, leveraging cities, libraries. As COVID hit, that changed, and I'll talk about that here in a second. So we do that, and again, it's free, confidential. And mentoring is scheduled based on the expertise needed by the individual. So the traditional people we talk to are three categories. One is I call career advising. I hate my job, I hate my boss, I want to start a business, what should I do? And there we're trying to talk them into not doing something foolish for the most part. The second is, hey, I'm working full time, I got this side gig and I'm ready to get serious about it. And we start to work with them in developing plans and moving them forward. And that third one is small businesses, all right, that presently need some help in certain areas. So traditionally we're talking 1 to 5 people. In regards to the companies we talk to, we're not talking large companies, all right, which we think is the growth going forward in Fort Worth, as talked about with Michael. So that's who we talk to. We very focused on not being one and done in regards to mentoring, but ongoing. And we have a variety of different expertise of our mentors, from a functional area to an from a functional area to an industry area, meaning finance, lawyers, operations, sales, to aerospace defense, restaurant, retail, etc. The second area is low-cost workshops that we do. That's the only revenue source we basically have from SCORE, with some minor funding coming from the SBA. So that's our means of generating revenue, and our workshops range from $10 to $90, depending on the content of the workshops and what's there. And then lastly, we provide a huge resource of business templates on how to develop business plans, P&Ls, etc., and also free webinars that are available on a variety of different topics. What I want to talk about here is kind of the effects we saw from a Fort Worth perspective on COVID. And let me try to explain this chart a little bit, give you an idea. So the one thing that SCORE is really rated on is NPS, Net Promoter Score. Client satisfaction. That's really what our concern is, because we're not paid, we don't have agendas in regards to certain objectives. We're here to make sure the client is satisfied. All right? And in Fort Worth, we're at 90% plus, which is great from an NPS score, and we've been that way for the last 4 years. The metrics, though, I think tell a story that I want to kind of relay here. And let's talk about our fiscal year starts October and ends at the end of September. So if you look at October 2018 to September 2019, our increase in mentoring sessions increased by 16%, where we do approximately 150 per month at that time. Our increase of workshops held increased by 30%, and we do about 9 per month in Fort Worth. At the time, mostly at the back, physically. Our increase of workshop attendance increased by 10%. And then the increase of total SCORE services, which is a combination of workshops and mentoring, increased by 13%. And we add all those up and we call them SCORE services. And those are basically a mentoring session or a training session we did. So if we had 10 people in a training session, that's 10 activities. Mentoring session is one-on-one. And we did over 3,000 of those for Tarrant County in that year. Then go from 19 to 20. And then this is when COVID hits, all right? So there's a big effect happening in COVID at this time. So because it started in March, I look at it as March 13th is when it kicked in. So we increased our mentoring by 36%, all right? Our 205 people we mentor, companies we mentor per month. We increased our workshops by 27%, or approximately 10 to 12 per month. And we increased the total amount of workshop attendees, and it's kind of related to what Michael talked about in the chamber, by 114%, all right, or 2,825. So a 69% increase in services that we provided. Most of that's from COVID. Early on, in the March, April, May timeframe, it dealt a lot with PPE, idle. What can I do? What do I need to do? What was interesting, though, is that the volume stayed up. And there was some of that discussion. That didn't go away. But it was more about, okay, how can I retool? If you notice on the first slide I had, I don't know if anybody reads John Maxwell, leadership author in the business world. Basically, he said, the pessimist complains about the winds. The optimist says the winds will change. The leader adjusts the sails. So people were starting to adjust their sails. It's like, what can I do differently? Restaurants, a lot of restaurants adapted very quickly. You know, online, pickup. I don't think restaurants will ever go back to the way they were for a variety of reasons. I think innovation has to be done a lot there to automate that, because you're not going to have the waiters, et cetera, like you did, but you can still do business. But people started to adjust their sales, and that's a lot of what we started to get at. So it was not only just the programs, but it was like, hey, I need to readjust. I need to focus on it. Then if we start to look at this year, October 20th of 21, we had a big jump. We still were up about at 1.8% mentoring. We actually were down about 11% from workshops in the number of, and 5% from the attendees, and then 3% decrease for SCORE total activities. That's not representative of COVID. That is us, SCORE, running out of steam, okay, in regards to providing workshops. We burned out a lot of our people, right, in doing those workshops, and they're kind of like, no more. So that was really our...
Heck with this volunteer thing.
Yeah, this stuff is like a full-time job. So that's really what caused that, not so much the demand. So that's what we saw. So the takeaways need to be nimble. We need to be moved more quickly. I believe that today's businessman always needs, a business person always needs to be paranoid. Things are changed. The competition is going to change. I can't be complacent. Small businesses need to understand that. So we were nimble. SCORE was. We have, as you probably tell, a lot of SCORE people are probably my age group, not necessarily the best in technology, but within a month we changed into Zoom, all right, did all our mentoring in Zoom. We did all our workshops remotely, and that was also attributed to some of the increases, right, because we did it virtually. So we're actually offering better service because we can now do face-to-face or virtually. So we were nimble. Companies need to be nimble going forward. Don't think that it's going back to the same. Okay, change your sales, move forward. The other thing is the need for increased mentoring by industry and by functional area. Okay, SCORE does a lot of that. However, we need to consolidate all the resources we have in Tarrant County to provide much more so mentoring and training going forward. And we need to stop the silos that are happening in this area somehow. And I've got a few hot sports opinions in regards to that. So that became very important from our standpoint, is to get very focused towards how to start a restaurant. Trucking business, for example, is one of our biggest workshops today. How to start a trucking business. So there's different industries that are popping up that we need to have that expertise going forward. The other thing is, training is key. Teach them to fish. All right, we need to start teaching people how to fish. Monies are great to put out there, but that only goes so far. You've got to have it leverageable and go forward. So training is the way to do it. Thirst for knowledge is huge in this community. How we do it is workshops. SCORE also does it through the Next Women's Business Forum. That is for women entrepreneurs only. We're having one in Hearst Conference Center in September. 210 women entrepreneurs will be there. It's a networking opportunity. It's all week. It's all day. We need to do that not just as SCORE, but as a community, hold those type of events. Masterclass. We do masterclass series with support from banks where we pick 25 companies and supersize them, get them back up to speed, reposition them if need to. And we need to do more type of masterclasses, all-encompassing term, but more something like that with a variety of different organizations going forward. And we need to do it by industry. This is the one that's probably the most difficult, is I think San Antonio's had this, if I can remember this correctly, where San Antonio, through government agencies, has set up a nonprofit to basically consolidate or to corral all these resources. Tarrant County has a huge amount of resources. We're just very disjointed at times and have our own priorities. So there's somehow we can combine, have a governing force that still allows us to be independent, but drive that. So Arlington doesn't have one thing, Fort Worth doesn't have another thing, HEB doesn't have another thing going forward, but we're kind of working together in Tarrant County going forward. That's a bigger problem to solve. That's a big challenge. But I think we've talked about this for 3 years as chairman. We've got all these resources, but yet we're not moving forward on how we consolidate those in something really meaningful going forward. And then the underserved community is still not being served, all right? PPP, EIDL, we've all seen those in the press. The lower income, women-owned businesses really didn't get addressed that well as they could have. So the last thing I want to talk about here, as I wrap up, is something that SCORE's involved with that might be applicable to Tarrant County. So as Lisa talked about, the American Rescue Plan Act is one piece of that is something that they call the Community Navigator Program. Not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's a grant program, not to the end users, but to nonprofits, like SCORE, SBDC, could be Tarrant County if you wanted to, could be the city of Fort Worth, where they apply for funds, and you can have up to $5 million. Okay, so SCORE as a national organization applied for this, and we basically, the purpose is to improve awareness of the SBA offerings, to get more closer to the community that's been underserved, to make these offerings, to make them aware of it, and to deliver those offerings there, and to deliver them effective and offer more training. Deliver them effectively and offer more training going forward. So the focus is on micro and rural businesses, but mainly I think in Tarrant County we're talking about the underserved market. Women-owned businesses, minorities, socially disadvantaged. That's really where it's at. And it's mostly, to be honest, I mean, we're talking Arlington, we're talking Fort Worth, talking Halton City, some of those pockets where we need to do a better job in getting awareness out. So SCORE National has applied for $5 million. Fort Worth has been designated as one of their spokes to deliver this. Funding should be done at the end of September, if not sooner. And our responsibility is to accomplish those goals. We can't do that by ourselves. We need partners to help us promote this, to provide us people to deliver on what we can do here. So that's something I just want to keep you in mind, it's available. We're going forward from a SCORE Fort Worth standpoint. Possibility of partnering with Tarrant County could be appealing. Questions?
Anybody in the county is available to come in to contact you. There's no just Fort Worth or just...
No, I mean, I've reached out to the Arlington Economic Development Group. I've reached out to Fort Worth Economic Development Group. TCC I probably need to reach out to, right? So it's not like if I talk to Tarrant County, I can't talk to... No, it's who can help move this forward.
So thank you for your presentation today. For the numbers that you shared, those statistics, and I get your SCORE Fort Worth, but you serve all of Tarrant County.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Okay. So the numbers that you presented are for the entire county, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Yep, just Tarrant. Now, we may have some outliers being Johnson or Parker,
Sure.
but the majority is really where the population is Arlington, Fort Worth.
Okay.
HEB.
And then if there were a business owner or someone retired who wanted to serve as a volunteer mentor, should they contact you?
Well, yeah, number one, we're always looking for volunteers.
Yeah.
And the other thing is this is something we've been talking about a long time, is diversity within SCORE is very important. We have too many people like myself in SCORE. So we're trying to offer much more diversity from a minority standpoint, being Hispanic, Black community, Vietnamese community in Tarrant County, to also age. We're just not supposed to be older. It could be younger people or working part-time or want to give some time back. So you can go to our website. You can contact me directly if you're interested in becoming a volunteer. It's pretty simple. There's some minor training you do online. You could be just a workshop presenter if you wanted to. You could help mentor. You could co-mentor. If you're never comfortable mentoring by yourself, you can co-mentor with other people too.
Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Rodney Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving as the Director for the Tarrant Small Business Development Centers. Okay, there we go. So the Tarrant Small Business Development Center is a resource partner for the Small Business Administration. And we are an organization that in 2022 will celebrate our 35th year in association with Tarrant County College. We are sponsored, are grant funded by the Small Business Administration, the state of Texas, and our host, and we're proud to announce that our host is Tarrant County College. We are located in over 50 states and the 4 territories. We were founded in 1979. And there are over 1,000 centers across the United States and those territories. We're the largest management assistance program serving the United States business sector. We provide technical assistance to existing and startup businesses, and we do that in one of 3 ways. We help individuals either start a business, grow their business, and as has been our focus for the last year, sustain their businesses. And so that's what we're going to be talking about here today. Just a little bit about the background of and construct of the SBDC. The state of Texas has 4 different regions. We're only one of 2 states that have multiple regions. Most states have a singular region. We have 4, one of them being here in North Texas. North Texas have 12 centers right here in the area. The center we're in is Tarrant County. So my area of responsibility is purely Tarrant County and Tarrant County only. Within our center, we have over 7 advisors, 6 of them, again, serving, we have over 7 advisors. And some of them are focused exclusively on COVID. Others are focused on what we call core business models. Our advisors have experience in both entrepreneurial, banking, accounting, finance, and other disciplines. So today, what my conversation is about is, and I don't know, I didn't want to misname it, but I called it Pandemic 2.0. And it's really a grassroots look at what businesses should be doing to help themselves or what we could be doing to help them at the grassroots level. We have seen some tremendous statistics here today, and those statistics we have helped to participate, to generate, to understand, and have not seen any statistics that our office have not supported in one way or another. So today, what our SBDC is doing is trying to make sure that we are providing solutions for that entrepreneur, for that small business that walks in today and say, what must I do to survive another pandemic should it come and impact us the way it did before? So with that in mind, we looked at it in 5 different areas. There are 5 pillars that we've tried to develop some understanding that we can go back and survey and teach and educate small businesses around. And those areas of concern would be 1, cash management and financials, understanding relationship management, understanding information and communication, safety and security, and then finally business strategy. So when we think about small businesses were caught off guard when this pandemic hit. Most of them were underfunded, undercapitalized, did not have cash, were struggling to survive, wasn't sure how to make payroll, wasn't sure what their next steps should be. So in this post-pandemic or this pandemic 2.0 model, one of the things that we realized and lessons that we learned from before is that cash is absolutely king. And so those businesses that are in business, they should do everything they can to manage their cash. They should operate as if there will be another pandemic. They should be proactive in making sure that they have the appropriate reserves in the bank. They should start to reduce their expenses. Too many businesses were caught with too great of expenses and therefore wasn't able to make the right adjustments. They should make sure that they maintain their bills, maintain their relationships with their vendors or suppliers, and those things keep them in a position of being healthy and available to make the appropriate adjustments. They should reduce their debt, continue to reduce their debt. If they have commercial loans, if they have idle loans, if they have PPP loans, they should do everything they can to reduce those debt. That puts them in the best position in the event of a 2.0. I don't want to predict a 2.0, but we do know for a fact that there is another impact that's taking place among our communities, and eventually it may be being felt at the business level. What do they need to do to minimize that impact? They also too many businesses were caught off guard by not having up-to-date financials. That delayed their ability to get funding from the SBA or other products and services. So having healthy financials is not only the healthy thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. Should you need funding in the future, you should have your books in order. At the SBDC, we are teaching people how to maintain a great set of books, how to keep their records up to date so that they are not delayed in getting the resources that they need. We understand cost management. Elsa has already talked to you about EIDL loan, the targeted EIDL loan. And right now, we are working with a lot of customers, helping them to understand the other options dealing with forgiveness and reconsideration. There are those who have made applications, but because of changes in the guidelines and in the laws, they can actually may qualify to go back and reapply for additional funding. Do they know to do that? Do they know how to do that? Do they know how to make those calculations? So again, at the grassroots level, that's what we're trying to help our constituents do. And then there's a word in here that a lot of people don't use, but a lot of small businesses haven't really understood, and that's called bankability. A lot of people were not passing the bankability test. And what bankability is dealing with is, number one, surprisingly, and I don't know if any bankers are in here and they may be able to give me the most correct definition, but do you have the right relationship with a financial institution? Number two, are your books in order? Number three, have you been with that institution long enough that they know you and you know them? Not that you have to call an 800 number, but that you can call Bob or Sam or whomever, because there's a relationship that exists there. And because at that point in time, they know your business, you know their business, and because of those relationships in place, you now are, in a very simple term, bankable. Because the banks started shutting down small businesses after the PPP-1 closed, and they started taking a very adverse position about lending money. What they said was, we're going to reduce our risk with the small business community. And when they started doing that, they stopped lending money to people they didn't know. And they only were lending money to people who were in their network or who were already their customers. So that moves me on to the next page. The next page deals with relationship management. And as you can see, there are really two bullets on this, and there are a lot of relationships that are absolutely critical in the small business community, but there are two relationships that we found to be very, very devastating if they're not in place. The first one is dealing with employee management. If you don't know your employees, if you don't have a relationship with your employees, if your employees don't know your values and why they should continue to work for you, it's going to be hard for you to retain them. If you've not been able to create that value for them, then they're going to be a part of another system that is in place dealing with what we are calling now the Great Resignation. The second one that is very critical is the evaluation, as I spoke about earlier, about the banking relationships. So small businesses can no longer ignore the relationship with employees. Why? Because too many of them are closed, too many of them have closed, and too many of them cannot even operate at the levels they used to. Why? As it was stated earlier, it's about the relationship with their employees or the lack thereof. In the interest of time, information and communications. Again, these are messages and conversations and lectures that we're having at the grassroots level, but they need to understand how to protect their business, how to protect the information of what's going on around them. A lot of people, one of the things that I like to say is you should be a student of your business. Right? And what that means is that anything that's happening in your industry, anything that's happening in your circle, you should know about it. And there's a strategic positioning that you can do in order to be a student of the business, right? You should know what laws are changing in the business. You should know what's taking place amongst your suppliers, amongst your vendors, and more importantly, amongst their suppliers and vendors. Once I was in business, and I was in a uniform business, my supplier headquarters was in Seattle, Washington, but their manufacturer was over in China. When there was a cotton shortage, China knew about it first. They told my supplier up in Seattle, and they adjusted their sales orders. When they adjusted the sales order, I found out about it months before it hit the street. Be a student of the business or whatever industry you're in, whether you're in the restaurant or logistics or whatever, and there are some growth businesses. Understand what's going on in your business. Remain current with the industry. Remain current with the CDC guidelines or the state of Texas or Tarrant County or even local guidelines or even industrial guidelines. And then one of the things that people don't do is they don't remember the lesson. If you keep on doing what you've always done, you'll Always get what you always got. People forget that lesson quick. When the sky turns blue again and the sun comes back out, we forget to go back and look at see the problem that we had starting in March of last year, right? And we quickly are able to move on beyond that. But the wise move is to learn from those lessons, and that's what we're trying to focus here today, is get people to go back and do a forensics on their business. Why was it hard? What was hard? What could they do different? What should they do different? And then revisit your business plan, and controversially, I'm going to say you either update it or you throw it away. You throw it away if it didn't work for you, if you're not using it, if you pivot it, if you change, you did something, and you have to do something else differently, then then get you a new business plan. Don't be afraid to do what needs to be done. From a safety and security standpoint, protect your customers, protect your stakeholders, protect your employees. If employees feel safe, they'll stay. If they feel that the investment they're putting in you is worth it, they'll stay. And then protect their families and protect your family. Cybersecurity among small businesses is a growing threat. And I don't have the answer for that, but I can tell you one of the most devastating things in the world is going to be a small business that is going to be held up for ransom because of some lack of technology or understanding it. So put those measures in place. And then, needless to say, the cleaning protocols and everything is critical. Train and then cross-train your teams. I think that really almost summarizes itself. So from a business strategy standpoint, predetermine your operating policies. That's a lesson too many people found out too late. Update your policies. Know what you're going to do. Know what your safety protocols are going to be before you have an edict from CDC or Tarrant County as to the opening or closing or the operating hours or conditions of your business. Know how you're going to respond. Have a plan in place, and too many people fail to plan. And then finally, I just want to talk about the marketing of your business, marketing of, doing all of the work that it takes in order for people to know that, yes, I am still alive. Yes, I am a survivor. Yes, we did survive COVID-19 or the Delta variant or whatever the next version of it is, because we were proactive and because we are students of our industry. So that's what we at the SBDC are trying to have, these day-to-day conversations. We're putting tools in place to help people audit their businesses, to understand at the grassroots level, what is it that they can be doing today to prepare for tomorrow. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I agree with you 100% on your banking relationships, but do you follow the banker or do you stay with the bank? Because, bankers are moving around a lot, and it's that individual you get that relationship with. So when they move to another bank, do you follow them, or do you try to maintain that relationship where the bank has the records and know what you've done? Well, it's oftentimes that only that local banker that ever knew you.
Well, I think that's a condition that you have to evaluate independently. I think that depending on the size of the bank, depending upon, and to your point, Judge Whitley, it's important maybe to have a relationship with more than just one tier, more than just one level, right? Make sure that your name is known even up in the corner offices because you've been doing business with them so long. So when that banker leaves, and let's talk a worst case scenario, maybe they don't go to another bank. Maybe they something else happens, right? But you are still entrenched in where you are. But there also have been cases where the bank failed the customer. Yeah. At that point in time, you need to evaluate whether, again, that bank is the right bank for you. You should be in a position where you're making the decisions in that regard and not the bank dictating to you what is best for your business. So it's a two-way street.
Going into the bank other than when you just need something.
Exactly.
You can never know too many bankers.
Say again?
You can never know too many bankers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I have one friend in the banking industry who had been in it for like 30 years, and on his wall he had never moved from his office, and he had over 20 different bank cards, and had never moved offices. in the 30 years he'd been in banking.
And that's highly possible, and even more today, because banks are being banks are going through tremendous merger and acquisitions. There's sales going on all the time. There's a lot of activity amongst the banking and lending community. And yes, you can sit in an office and just change business cards, and that is not too uncommon. But the thing about it is that what that individual brought to the table was a relationship and stability for his clients.
You're exactly right. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of the things that a lot of small businesses don't do a good job of is keeping their own financial records, not necessarily by CPA, but that would help, but having not monthly, but quarterly financials at a minimum, quarterly financials, and your banker really appreciates that. And if you're going in and if you have a loan, most banks are going to require you to give them at least semi-annual financials, maybe quarterly. But if you always do that, you'll find that, number one, you'll be a better businessman for doing it. And the banker will certainly appreciate it and have a lot more trust in you as a client. So and make it easier for you to continue to grow, not just stay stable, but grow your relationship and increase the amount of money that they will be able to lend you.
One thing I would add to that, I think the financial statements are important, but what I used to try to tell my clients is I can come in and I'll give you my financial statement of your business. But what you need to make your CPA do is give you the numbers that you need to manage your company. And that may not look like a financial statement that I would like, but it may be the financial statement you need to keep your business so that you understand. And those are the things that you need to know to keep your business going.
Absolutely. I've always said this here. Whenever we have a new customer coming to the office, there's at least 4 numbers you need to have on speed dial. There's a mentor, somebody who's going to tell you right from wrong, that's going to tell you good or bad. There's also a banker. There's also a CPA.
Oh, don't tell me the 4th one.
And a lawyer.
Yeah,
you need to have them on speed dial because they will help guide you through what sometimes are some of the dark days of small businesses.
Mr. Johnson, thank you very much. Anybody else?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen, you had talked about a possible break at this point in time. Do you?
Sure.
Well, I'm just saying.
If you'd like to do that, we can do that now.
You said 15. Why don't we say 5 and give everybody a chance to
That works for me.
stand up,
And
stretch.
before we do that, can I say one quick thing? Since Mr. Johnson just stepped down, I wanted to just thank him and his team. I understand from Lisa that the SBDC in Tarrant County, the staff acted as a call center to walk people through applications during our CARE small business program. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you to him and his team for that.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we'll be back at, what about 3:45?
Okay.
Let me ask you. I hear you.
Roll it.
So we're going to talk about workforce development in a couple of minutes, but before we do that, it's important to talk about the support and resources that the workforce needs to remain an active part of the workforce. And so one of those resources is dependent care. We often think of dependent care as child care, but we know that there are other dependents, such as our aging and disabled population. And so we've got a couple of speakers today to talk about quality dependent care. The first is Kara Waddell from Child Care Associates, and she'll be followed by Susan Garnett from MHMR.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. We're kind of glad we made it in the room. You know, there's been sort of a debate through the years on whether childcare really is a part of economic development or not. I think COVID has settled that. I think we now know absolutely and fundamentally childcare is critical in order to support the needs of our workforce. Let's see if this is all set up for you. So again, I'm with Child Care Associates, and Child Care Associates is proud to be your Head Start and Early Head Start delivery system for Tarrant County, working with some of our most fragile children on 20 campuses, but we also help manage the child care system in general. We have 1,100 licensed and regulated child care providers across Tarrant County, and in partnership with Judy and the Workforce Board, we help manage resources to help low-income working families pay for child care. In addition, we help improve the quality of childcare. So let's walk through. I know your priority today is looking at strengthening the economy, and I'll be looking specifically at the strategy of how do we expand access, not just to childcare, but quality childcare for all Tarrant County families. And so, first of all, we are a young county. We have a lot of families. In fact, Fort Worth has the second highest concentration of families with young children, and Arlington, I think, comes in 5th or 6th, right after that. And so we also have a lot of women in the workforce. 53 years ago, Child Care Associates was formed because women decided to work outside the home. We had a child care crisis, and we find ourselves in a child care crisis again, where women especially, but men and women, are needing child care, with 61% of the workforce being women. And a recent survey in May said 78% of those unemployed women said they fundamentally needed childcare if they were going to re-enter the workforce. But we also wanted to hone in today on a critical piece that you may not know. I brought a couple of our Texas Rising Star mentors with us today, and over the last 4 years, they've increased the number of quality childcare programs over 4 years by 140%. It's fantastic. We have over 200 quality programs. The bad news is we still have quality childcare deserts. Now, childcare deserts in general just means, do you have access to childcare? Quality childcare deserts look more specifically at, do all families and children have equitable access to quality early learning? And unfortunately, we're still over 55% of children in Tarrant County do not have equitable access to quality early learning, even after that growth. And so we've been using data and mapping, a partnership with the Texas Policy Lab, locally with Buxton Data Analytics, to put all the pieces together. We got pre-K, we got child care, we got Head Start, we got early Head Start. How do you put the pieces together and understand what children really have access to? And we're here today to help highlight what are some of the gaps that our working families and low-income families have. And today we're going to talk a little bit about infrastructure and the needs of childcare businesses. And so if I were in your shoes, I would be asking, Kara, surely there is a funding stream or a bonding power that you have to build childcare infrastructure, actual physical buildings, when it's needed. And unfortunately, I have a little highlight here. I'll go back. Oops. There we go. Despite, this is pre-COVID, 2018, there actually are no dedicated funding sources that provide for high-quality buildings and infrastructures outside of what's generally in control of local governments. And so it's been recommended that local and county governments should begin to look through and understand what those are. And so I've done a little bit of analysis for you on, well, what about the federal funds? We just got a whole bunch of COVID money, including COVID money specifically for childcare. And thank goodness we did. We just heard about small businesses. Childcare businesses have been mightily hurt through the process of COVID as they've been closed. Teachers got paid. Childcare workers did not get paid if they weren't working. And so that's been a very difficult situation. And thankfully, the TWC has been working hard to help allocate those funds. There's stabilization grants. We paid for assistance for service workers so they can get child care assistance. We paid for essential worker child care, and they're doing a variety of pieces. But you'll notice under all of the different funding, none of them are explicitly paying or can be used for construction and significant construction and renovation. And so what should the county begin to look at as it begins to look at what is needed in the childcare space? We're going to bring two opportunities to you today to consider. So one is specifically looking at access to quality early learning and care through creating specific infrastructure opportunities. Our mentors have been working hard that in high-need neighborhoods where we have a program that we can improve to quality, we've been doing that. But there still are areas of our community that don't even have a building by which to deliver those services. And we would like to work with you in identifying which of those communities do not have equitable access and see about opportunities to put some of that infrastructure in. Now, building sounds scary. We're suggesting permanent modular. Now, when you hear modular, some of you are going to think like the trailers of old behind elementary schools. That is not what we're talking about. We are looking at, these are examples of high quality modular buildings that are being built today, specifically in the early education space. And beyond, we've been working for 5-6 years. I've been the lone person beating up the street talking about early child care infrastructure. But we've also been working not just on the buildings, but on the classrooms. Young children who've experienced trauma need a very special environment. We've talked to Cook Children's Hospital. We've talked to a variety of leaders in the education space, social service space, healthcare space, to look at what young children need. And these are examples of some of the renderings that are already ready to go. We are a community teed up to be able to respond with long-term solutions with our short-term ARPA funding. The second opportunity is specifically looking at the child care infrastructure itself, meaning just the child care marketplace. It's very challenging. A lot of our child care businesses are women-owned. The majority also are minority-owned, and they're struggling. And we're needing to, this is not what we used to do. We used to just be told by Judy, like, improve the quality of child care. Well, now we've realized we have to fundamentally create strong businesses that can even respond to the needs of child care. And so specifically as opportunities, we partnered with the SBDC during COVID. They've been fantastic. If the childcare business has a business plan, if they have accounting software, if they have kept clear records of their business, a lot of them are needing a lot of additional help. So we're recommending a couple of areas. One is contracts for immediate care. Buildings take a little while to go about, but in the communities where we have a quality childcare businesses and has empty spaces, let's contract with them immediately to give children access and help stabilize that quality business so we don't go backwards in the process. We also have the opportunity to provide more intensive business supports. We've talked about coaching. We've been working on family child care networks. Family child care is a very important piece of the child care space, and we can strengthen the businesses that they're doing, in addition to expanding a variety of partnerships and continuing to scale our quality providers. So I'm certainly glad to answer any questions that you have, but we want to bring forward, we think this is kind of a historic opportunity to finally be able to invest in the early childhood infrastructure that we've not had the chance to do previously. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. I would like to call out and thank Commissioner Allen. She specifically during COVID brought together constituencies to better understand the child care crisis. Dr. Brooks, Roy Brooks has been, Commissioner Brooks has been very active in this space, and of course you have been as well. So we continue to be available to understand what our community needs in this area. Any questions?
If this court were to create a child care infrastructure fund, who could we partner with to administer it?
Well, I'm sure there could be others, but I think Child Care Associates is well positioned in terms of the depth of experience in managing large amounts of public funds and already working.
Answer, Kara. Thank you.
The question that I have, and we've talked about this, we talked about it before COVID ever came on the scene. Public schools start pre-kindergarten. They take, at that point in time, I thought they were primarily only taking your 4-year-olds out. Now they're taking your 3 and your 4-year-olds out.
Yes, sir.
How can a child care facility survive on infants, 1 and 2-year-olds? Can they survive? And is there any chance of being able to form some sort of a deal? Because I mean, ultimately, what I see, and I don't know how, but I see public schools basically saying we're going to take them from the time the mother goes back to work until 12th grade. So I would be very supportive of doing these kind of things, but I need to be assured or feel like, and this is something that I just kind of, the light went off the last day or so.
Yeah.
Is that if the public schools take your 3 and your 4-year-olds out, I don't know how a quality child care facility can survive.
We haven't been able to figure out how to do it outside of federal funds. You have to have some level of preschoolers. So during COVID, one thing Child Care Associates has done, we've set up a new partnership in which we're able to draw down pre-K funding in partnership with a charter entity in order to let those child care programs receive pre-K 3 funding for half-day pre-K. So now, in addition to parent funding or the funding that comes through Judy's shop, they're now able to begin to get a steady stream of some pre-K funding as well. So we're looking at how do we get USDA funding in, how do we get the pre-K funding in order to make that more stable. We do highly encourage that we create ways and mechanisms to keep 3-year-olds at a minimum in those community-based centers when we can. And then the child care contracts will also be able to have some ways to provide some additional stability funding to help make sure that they're able to meet that budget, besides just a child-by-child voucher payment.
Have you had any serious conversations with school districts about, okay, how are we gonna do this? And because right now they're not required to go down to the lower levels, but that's, in my mind, we've got to get to that point one way or another.
Well, it's a national conversation now as we're looking at the idea of universal pre-K. There's a lot of descriptions called a mixed delivery system. And a lot of states are saying childcare has to be a part of the pre-K delivery system. And so Texas is going to be having to revisit, are only schools delivering pre-kindergarten, or are we going to also let our community base? So we've been partnering with ISDs and still do with Head Start, but I do think it's going to be a community conversation and a state conversation, especially if there's new federal funding, to help understand, can community-based early learning help provide quality early education for 3 and 4-year-olds? And we would say yes, they can.
How much money did you get from the ARPA, or how much do you expect to get from the?
So Head Start.
Does it come to the state, or does it come straight from the feds?
Head Start comes straight from the feds a little bit, and we put the extra money we got, we were putting all into one community to build a modular. So I'm putting my own money where my mouth is in terms of we're building one additional facility where it's critically needed. For Judy and the workforce board, some of it's being spent at the state level. Now, most of the resources that are coming to our community are specifically just for subsidy. So we're helping offset the cost that's happening. There'll be some additional quality dollars that are spent. And even the recommendations I brought today, I developed in concert with our workforce board. So they said there are certain things we don't need money for. We got it. So I didn't bring those to you today. These are areas in which we're concerned about stabilizing childcare businesses and putting infrastructure where we just don't have it.
When I first started this, we were at about 50% of the money in workforce was childcare. This time it's pushing close to 70. I mean, it went up $23 million this year.
It's historic investments in childcare we've never made before, but we also have not created the strong small businesses necessary to deliver it at scale.
Aren't most public school 3-year-old programs still half-day programs?
We have both full day and half day, and then I know when the opportunity came out when we changed to a full day 4-year-old and half day 3-year-old, when there are opportunities for child care partnerships, I personally sent letters to every ISD in the community offering to help with child care partnerships. And understandably, it's complicated. There was not a broad response in wanting to do that, which kind of led us to this opportunity in COVID to say we now have a way that all Texas Rising Star programs, after we get past our pilot year, could qualify to the high quality programs to deliver pre-K. And so we just needed to kind of create another way to make sure that they could access that funding. And allows us to do it countywide instead of carving it out school district by school district.
For a while, Arlington was actually sending the teachers to the child care facilities.
They have been. It diminished a little bit this last year, and now many of those are closing down because of enrollment challenges. As COVID cases close classrooms temporarily and things, it becomes really challenging for school districts.
Is there a difference between quality child care and high quality child care?
There can be. We would define high-quality childcare as the highest four-star level. You know, hotels have star ratings. The state actually has a star rating system to help identify 2 or 3 star is quality, 4-star is your highest quality. And so when we're looking at childcare deserts, we're looking at those highest quality levels.
But only those childcare facilities involved with the state are getting that rating. There could be another very high quality childcare facility that is not a part of the STAR program and therefore doesn't have that STAR program rating.
Correct. We included the nationally accredited programs in that as well.
And are those parents getting any kind of funding?
Parents in high-quality childcare programs? Great question. Our workforce board has worked hard that low-income parents who qualify and get that assistance, we pay a higher rate for high-quality programs. And Tarrant County pays one of the highest rates in the state because we've recognized we just don't want children to be in babysitting. We want them to be in a high-quality early education setting.
And what we do is for those parents who choose those higher quality childcare programs, we give them a discount on the fees that they have to pay.
Thank you, Judge Whitley. That was a good I forgot that one. You got me on my toes. Any other questions that I can have for you today? I do want to thank you for considering this, as I think it's really a unique opportunity to leave some long-lasting footprints well past the ARPA funding being gone. Thanks so much.
Well, good afternoon. So we're going to talk a little bit about some things that might help families who have loved ones with disabilities. You know, we all know about the needs for families with young children, and we kind of intuitively recognize how much help families need. What we sometimes lose track of is those children as they grow up, and particularly for children with disabilities as they grow up, and the kind of disproportionate assistance they still need to, and their families need to help them. What we've seen in the course of the pandemic are some really unique challenges that families, particularly families of adults with disabilities, have faced. You know, sometimes people think, well, people with disabilities as they grow up then must go to group homes and other kinds of formal programs. We have probably about 60,000 people with intellectual disabilities in Tarrant County, and we have about 1,500 group home beds. So you can see group homes isn't where most people are. Most people are in their families' homes. They're living in apartments on their own. They're just making it through life. But for families in particular, we've seen some unique challenges. Families who have historically relied on, for example, day programs to be able to go to work, to be able to do the things that they wanted to do, they needed to do for their lives, have found those day programs closed. Elderly families who were accustomed to their loved one going out every day found that they weren't doing that anymore. You may be surprised to know that we have in Tarrant County many families who are in their 80s who continue to have their loved ones who are in their 40s and 50s living at home with them. And it's the choices the families have made that they want to continue to make. So we've really focused on the isolation that those families have felt and the kind of particular worries that they face this year. So even families who might have had people in the past, loved ones, friends, et cetera, who've helped them, have been more reluctant to have that help in the last year and a half because they've been worried about other health conditions their loved ones might have. We know that people with disabilities are disproportionately subject to perhaps other health conditions. Because of their other health conditions, they're more likely to suffer badly if they have COVID. So they've been very reluctant to leave their kind of family bubble, and families have been reluctant to have them leave the family bubble. So where people might have been receiving even in-home services in the past, therapies, respite services, et cetera, they've been less likely to receive those in the last year. We know for families who are still working, they've had to juggle their responsibilities toward their family members, juggle their responsibilities toward their work, along with caregiving for individuals with disabilities. And we know at MHMR that we've seen an increase in individuals who've had really complex, who've had crises and have needed extra assistance because of those crises, either because of the families who are struggling or for the individuals themselves
themselves who might have had behavioral health conditions that because the individual with a disability is lonely and is isolated too. And so we've had difficult kinds of circumstances and families who've struggled and who've had to reach out. So when we think about things that might really make a difference in the next couple of years for these families and how we might help these folks, we believe that the answer is really in direct support to families. We believe that we have so many families in our community who are struggling with so many different circumstances that the best thing for them would be the development of small grant programs, which we used to have years ago, but like many things, go away in time. But small grant programs that allow people to purchase respite, for example, so they can find a respite caregiver of their own choice, allow them to make minor home or van modifications. Sometimes if you have a loved one in your family who has autism, maybe what you need most of all is locks on your door or locks on your windows because you have a loved one who takes off. Maybe you need ramps and the kinds of things that we typically think about as minor home mods, but sometimes we need something different. Sometimes we need a specialized swing for the backyard so the person can go outside and can spend leisure time outside. There are a lot of different things that we can do. We can help people with different kinds of activities that are activities of their own choosing, so we can really meet families where they are. You see dental care on the list. That's because in Texas, most people with disabilities, once they become 18, are most likely to be eligible for and receiving Medicaid. They may not receive a full Medicaid comprehensive program because they might not be able to get access to it. They might be on a waiting list. We have a 100,000 person waiting list in Texas for community services for people with disabilities.
You said 100,000?
100,000 people waiting for comprehensive Medicaid programs. That's the programs that include things like group homes and other kinds of settings. And as wonderful as Medicaid is for a resource for people with disabilities, and it is a wonderful resource, one thing it doesn't provide for adults is dental care. Oftentimes, people with disabilities have more struggles with hygiene, take medications that might have a damaging effect on their teeth. We have people who have who demonstrate to us severe behaviors, and we're ready to have all kinds of behavioral interventions, and it turns out that they have a sore tooth. But because they don't have words to use, no one's aware of what's going on. So the ability to purchase some dental care for people could be an enormous assistance for folks. So those are the kinds of programs that we think could be successful and can be successful with a very, ultimately a small amount of money per family, but allowing people to choose the things that matter most to them in their lives. The other thing that we see a lot is families who struggle with the complexities of the system. I'll say again that when we think about people with disabilities, when we think about adults with disabilities, we're talking by our very nature about aging caregivers caring for adult loved ones. We're talking about families who themselves are beginning to struggle, parents who themselves are beginning to struggle with a variety of health and other conditions. So what we know is that life is complicated, and even when there are programs to be accessed, they're hard to access. I tell people all the time, it is tough to be a recipient of public services. That's not easy. That's a very, very tough road to navigate. And so for our older families, it's particularly difficult. We operate an aging and disability resource in conjunction with the Area Agency on Aging, which is a program of United Way. Is Leah here? Yes, we love our partnership with Leah. It is a wonderful program that provides a great resource with with both of our staff present as well as other staff who can assist families. But what we know from what we see at the Aging and Disability Resource Center is that we have a great need to enhance the care coordination. That is somebody holding your hand and helping navigate the system with you. going through all of the variety of online resources that are available, applications that are necessary, going through all those things and trying to help you sort that out. So we think that enhanced care coordination, connecting people to services, is another thing that that this moment has brought us to as uniquely valuable in people's lives. And you see in there a note about including a nurse, because oftentimes people have something happening in their life that they're not sure it's important enough to go to the doctor. They're not sure they want to get out. They're not sure that they can figure out and sort through the arrangements to go to a doctor, but they'd really benefit from a nurse who could do a visit. In this day and age, we know we can do virtual visits. So we have more resources available to us through virtual today than we've ever had in the past that can certainly help us think through that. But, we have circumstances where I'll tell you one story of a family who a nurse went out to visit because we knew that mom was a little confused about the medications. Her son had been hospitalized. So her son had been hospitalized, her son with disabilities. He'd come home from the hospital. The pharmacy sent medications out. She had lots of pieces of paper about the medications that he was supposed to take, but she had the medications before the hospital. She had the medications from the hospital. She had the new medications the pharmacy had sent out. She had all kinds of very expensive support for her in the form of pharmacy, but she wasn't sure what he was supposed to take. She wasn't sure how to do it. So the nurse came in, and the nurse had to contact the doctor, sort it all through, figure out what medications need to be disposed of, set the medication box up, make sure everything was right, make sure all the orders were right, and then come back the next week to make sure that mom was on top of it and mom could get it taken care of. Now, if that hadn't happened, I guarantee you there would have been another hospital visit because the medications would have been confused and messed up. So this is where just a little bit of a professional resource can make a huge difference in a family's life. So I'm going to leave you with this because I think it's really important. The very best service delivery system for people with disabilities is a healthy family. And whatever we can do to help support families so that they can do that job of supporting their loved one as long as possible is a good thing for all of us. And so we think some of these kinds of supports can help us do that. So I'll thank you for that. See if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Sure thing.
Thank you. We will also dive into our aging population a little bit more in the next work session in September, and we'll have the Area Agency on Aging here to discuss some other services that are beneficial. Our fourth goal is expanding job training and workforce development opportunities. And to speak about that today, we have Leah King, the President and CEO of United Way, followed by Judy McDonald from Workforce Solutions.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody today. I'm going to give you a very quick overview of some background and then some recommendations. It's going to move lightning speed, so we'll keep up. All right, so first of all, what I want to do is to just give you a little bit of insight into the population that we're focusing on. These are working people. They're asset limited, income constrained, and employed. Oftentimes they're working multiple jobs. They are typically working daytime, nighttime, it just really varies. But to give you a sense of how many of people there are within our community, we've got about 180,000 families that fit that criteria. Now, these are people that are above the poverty threshold, but below the threshold to access many of the services that the government may supply. Tarrant County currently has about 80,000 families that are living in poverty. So if you add those two numbers together, you see it's a significant population that we're talking about of families that we would classify as ALICE. So as I mentioned, these are folks that are working many times more than one low-wage job. They're oftentimes earning between $9 to $12 an hour, cashiers, healthcare workers, security guards, et cetera. And they're struggling just to meet their basic needs, just paying for rent and food and the kinds of things. And you remember during COVID, we saw the tremendous lines for a number of things, but primarily for food. And just about every social service agency in Tarrant County was doing something to support the food and nutrition needs needs of our families. They don't have any savings, and especially are vulnerable if there's an emergency that comes up, and we know that life happens to all of us. There's always an emergency lurking around the corner. Many times there's no savings for education or homeownership or retirement funds. And if they have an adverse health impact, then that's going to even send them even closer to being on the verge of becoming homeless. What we're seeing in our area is that the cost of basic living is outpacing the wages. And so if you think about the average and median rents within Tarrant County right now, it's about $1,200. Actually, that number is as of 2018. We know that that is just not realistic. Most places that you visit are significantly higher than that. And so again, if you think about somebody that's earning less than $15 an hour, trying to pay for your monthly rent, trying to pay for your food, and if you have childcare expenses, et cetera, you're in a real pickle, as you might imagine. Most of these individuals would really need to work about 115 hours a week in order to make enough income to satisfy all of the needs that the family has. So what we would bring forward to the court to consider is a way to grow the talent base here locally, to really invest in the people that are living and already working hard here in Tarrant County, investing specifically in small business and micro businesses. So you heard a lot of those businesses described using different kinds of words, but these are those individual organizations that did not have their business plan, didn't have bank relationships. Those kinds of companies have the potential to succeed, but they need a little bit more hand-holding. And so to the extent that investment in providing technical assistance is available would be something that we would highly recommend. The other thing would be investing in training for high-demand professions within our area. We know that the healthcare area is experiencing explosive growth, and with our population growth, we'll continue to have high demands. IT support, welding and manufacturing, aerospace assembly, and a lot of game and simulation programming, very much high demand. And if you look at the partners that we've worked with over the years, some of these training programs range from just 2 weeks up to 12 weeks. Also, if you factor in the programs available through Tarrant County College, you're still talking about a very reasonable period of time to be able to have access to that education and ultimately allow for the increase in the overall earning potential for the family, which is the goal. But what we would further recommend is while the training is going on, that a stipend is provided to the family so that if they are, especially working multiple jobs, that maybe they can come down to one job, focus on their studies, that we would provide some kind of support for childcare for these students while they're in training, that we provide access to transportation and support while they're in training, as well as healthcare support, because a lot of times if they miss a day from work, it can be also very disruptive to the family income stream. We would recommend investment in post-training job placement support, as well as just resume building and interview prep. A lot of those soft skills that, especially if you have somebody that's transitioning from a more transactional type of role to a more customer service orientation type of role, to be sure that they're prepared to succeed within their new place of employment. Those would be our recommendations, and we thank you for the opportunity to share those with you.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you for everything you do in the community.
You bet.
Good afternoon. I think everybody's covered a portion of my presentation, so I can go quickly. I also have felt I wanted to respond to different things that were said, so we'll see. So starting out, just who we are, and I hope everybody knows and thinks of us as an organization that enriches the local economy through improving the quality of workforce. And this is all done and is led by a board that is, the majority is business, but we also have education and labor and other community organizations. And this is in partnership with a workforce governing board made up of somebody called Judge Whitley and the mayor of Arlington and the mayor of Fort Worth. Jointly, we look over the budget, which will be presented to them tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And this year it is $108 million. We have never had anything like that. And it's, as the judge has already described, it's because over $20 million additional money in child care. And that will be earmarked for things like still direct care, quality, and some support of the centers. Who is our customer? You know, we serve all the we serve employers, large and small, you know, from across all industry sectors. In fact, we work a lot in industry sectors. Like, we're known for our aerospace consortium. We also have a hospitality consortium. That way, employers can get together and kind of share what their needs are. Right now, it's sharing a lot of what their misery is, and see if we can, you know, work together to come up with a game plan. Who are our job seekers? Again, it's everybody. It's, you know, it's young and old, and it's people on public assistance. It's people. It's reentry. It's people who've lost their job. The notices of layoffs go to the judge if they're of a certain number, and then sent to us. We then go directly to that company and try to start getting those folks a job before actually they may even have their last day of employment. Actually, it's one of our performance measures. Who's not on there? You'll see young adults. Young adults are emphasized, but not in school. So the old days when there used to be summer youth programs, y'all are familiar with that? I think that would be something to consider having put back because there's a real gap in the dollars. I didn't hear really anybody talk about that group. One of our main tools is Work in Texas, which is a statewide job bank. We assist both the employers and the job seekers register for that. Employers can, you know, post a limited number of jobs, and it's free. You know, they can do it all day, all night, whenever they need to. Next, I just wanted to touch on the fact of our 5 workforce centers. You know, over the years, there's really less emphasis on brick and mortar, but they are still very important. But I think in the future, you will see even more changes in those areas, and I'll probably touch on those a little bit later. One thing I want folks to know, like out in Alliance, that was designed all around helping employers more than the job seeker side initially. Well, as Fort Worth started moving outside of Tarrant County, that was actually beyond our barriers. So we invited our neighbors from North Central Texas to join us, and I think that has created some ease for employers. So hopefully that's kind of seamless to them. Expanded job services. We spent a lot of time on this, and I hear y'all talking about some of it today. You know, all services can be accessed virtually, and that has improved so much as far as what is available. You know, going on YouTube and getting your orientation, or late at night attending a workshop that helps you in career training. All those things are available now. In fact, one of the tools is Career Edge. It's a tool that actually provides a series of life skills and professional development modules. In the next square is the Career Coach. It does helps you with research for local careers and training. Y'all have talked a lot about investments in training and those kind of areas, and I just want to kind of show you where we are. Like our training this year in our budget is $4.4 million that we're putting in that area, and that's basically vocational training. A lot of that goes to TCC. The other is the money we put in support services. That's transportation. We paid money in rent, just like y'all have, and other kind of needs that they may have. One of the things that Leah mentioned that for some reason we cannot do is a lot of the post. After you get a job, we can help them get a job. We do all that, but we cannot invest dollars after that. And I think it makes sense to be able to follow up with somebody for a certain amount of time. We also have work experience where we can, Tarrant County I know has taken advantage of that, City of Arlington, where we can pay the wages for a new employee. We also have adult education academies. This is unique to Tarrant County. We created this, putting together traditional adult education classes, literacy classes with vocational classes. And this is also done at TCC. We've had business administration, IT, entrepreneurship, and other kind of classes. And the other thing at the end, we are changing our design of how we deliver services. We've spent the last 18 months doing the research using the human-centered design approach, and there's been all kinds of data we've collected and talked, and what we've concluded is we are going to change our centers to be an express, where some people do not need as much from the counselor, and then a full service where we can invest more time with counseling. We're going to have a social worker and things like that. Expanded services to employers. One of the things I wanted to touch on that Michael started in the very first conversation was that kind of employers need something now. We have put in our budget $420,000 for current workers, where we can go to a company and give them some money to help train their existing workforce. I told the judge yesterday, because we hear that all the time, as employers have laid people off, they're asking the existing staff to do different types of jobs, and sometimes they don't really have the training and background in those areas. One of the other things is there is now free childcare for service industry workers, and that includes arts and entertainment, hotel and food services, and retail. And that's kind of new. That's new. Y'all been talking about, of course, everybody wishes there were not as many job openings and people going, everybody needing jobs right now. But it is true, the job seekers are now looking at their world a little bit differently. I mean, they're making decisions about, do I want to work at a child care center for $8 or $10 and make that trip there and deal with those kids when I could probably make more money somewhere else doing something different. So the cost of living has gone up. You know, they're all paying more on gas and groceries, just like all of us. So it's interesting to see people pause and think about upskilling, and people have been doing that. And this TWC offered free online training, and this is a chart that shows in Tarrant County how many people took advantage of it. 1,822, and it shows you in what areas they were seeking training. I wanted to end with a bit of good news that we have This information shows through June the unemployed that over 60% of folks have gone back to work who were on UI. And as y'all know, the unemployment rate dropped in July also. And for us, all our services start at a call center where somebody answers the phone, somebody talks to whoever calls, and also we have a fabulous website.
Judy, I do have one question for you.
Yes.
Do you all survey the job seekers to see not necessarily their impediments to getting a job, but to what factors they utilize to which type of job that they are willing to take? I mean, there are some people who we say that there aren't enough workers or that it's a skill issue, which some of that is true, and then also there are people who quite frankly saying, I'm not willing to risk my life for $8 or $9 an hour. So what type of feedback do you all get from job seekers on that front?
So each one of our enrollees develops an employee service plan, and so you get that kind of a discussion there. I will tell you where we really found it was right after COVID with the grocery stores. I mean, at first people were eager to take some of those jobs, and then after a while, people were no longer finding those things attractive. So yes, we are getting that kind of information, and that's why they're coming to us to sign me up for some kind of training. I want to do something different. So that was just online, but yes, our training has increased significantly.
Thank you.
Did I click to the end? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you in the morning.
All right. Okay. We're to our final goal. Thank you all for your time today. Thanks to our many speakers. We have two final speakers who are going to talk to you about our final goal, facilitate economic recovery through innovation. Brandy O'Quinn with Tech Fort Worth and Dr. Eugene Giovannini, Chancellor of Tarrant County College, are both here today to talk to you about some innovative ways to both accelerate growth in the economy as well as enhance workforce development and job training opportunities. So I'll turn it over to Brandy first.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Brandy O'Quinn, Assistant Director of Tech Fort Worth. And if you are not familiar with Tech Fort Worth, it is a technology accelerator and incubator that was launched 23 years ago by the City of Fort Worth and corporate partners in the late 90s, focusing on diversifying the economy. I'll get rid of Judy's. Is it this one? Yes. Okay, great, thank you. During economic downturns, you will always see an increase in entrepreneurial activity, and this has been no different. We have a proven track record and could do much more. Facilitating economic recovery means helping more innovators launch startups, and then not assuring but ensuring that they have more of what founders need, and that's capital and talent. And you've heard that from other speakers as well. In our short amount of time, we have had 3 biotech client acquisitions. ZS Pharma sold for $2.7 billion. Encore Vision, $465 million. And Exact Diagnostics, $60 million. We currently have 36 clients. We've never been as busy as we are today. 39% are women-led startups and 28% minority. And an important distinction between us and other incubators is we do not take an equity position. All our funding comes from client fees, rent, university partnerships, and sponsorships, which equates to annual revenue of $593,000. We work very closely with many universities within the area, long-term relationships in North Texas, UNT Hill Science Center, UTA, TCU, Texas Women's University, Launch Bio through UT Southwestern, and we are currently in conversations with Texas A&M and Tarleton State. Some of the things that we are focusing on is helping more founders, and certainly more diverse founders, launch high-growth tech startups by reducing the barriers. An example, in partnership with Texas Women's University, through their Center for Women Entrepreneurs, they provided money for 8 women-led technology startups for our Fall Accelerator program. We also want to scale our current programs to reach more innovators, working on a program that will be on demand but need capital to launch and hire coaches. We also want to create industry-focused cohorts. An example of that is our partnership, again, with Launch Bio with UT Southwestern, which is focused on biotech. We want to increase the amount of startup capital available for early-stage tech startups. We, too, administer the Cowtown Angels in Fort Worth. We want to increase that membership and create a seed fund. We currently have 55 members in the Cowtown Angels. And since the launch of the group in 2012, they have invested $22.5 million in 48 startups. In the goal of launching a seed fund for Tarrant County startups, we already talked about that. Increasing experiential learning opportunities to advance talent development and talent retention targeted with high-growth tech startups. We have a long-running internship program with TCU, and Tech Fort Worth since 2003 has matched up to 40-plus interns per year. Experiential learning funds pay the students directly, reducing the cost for the startups. And many of these startups have then hired the interns. Our next steps: coming together as a community with key stakeholders to build shared goals, develop a strategic plan, and build a pilot program. And we need operational dollars to manage that program. More tech startups plus more startup capital plus more talent equals the building blocks to economic impact and advancements in the tech ecosystem. We need to create a community of innovation, and we commend you and your staff for asking the right questions. And we are thrilled to have the opportunity to sit at the table. And thank you for inviting the entrepreneurial community.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Brandy, I would like to invite you to add Texas Wesleyan University to your list of university partners. It is seriously lacking without Texas Wesleyan.
I could not agree more. We would love to pursue that partnership. Thank you.
If I can be of assistance in that regard, let me know.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think I detected her. She'd be glad for you to help.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandy. Now the best for last.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. Gene Juvenile, Chancellor at Tarrant County College. Not necessarily the best for last, like a concert, maybe it's the best song, but I'm not going to sing to you. I'll give I have some updated, he shot the first missile, okay? So I have some updated fact sheets that we can give GK something to do.
Do you still beat him in golf?
Well, that's not saying much, Commissioner. We'll talk about that. Yeah. So we have an updated sheet here. GK can get that to you. But again, thank you. I want to chat just a little bit about certainly the charge that you gave me today, but really put a spin on how the college and community colleges in general are really in a great position and have been in a great position to respond to the reality of our communities across the country. And COVID has only put an exclamation point on that and really highlighting what that reality, and you heard a lot of it related to child care and some other things, and that we play in that space as well in partnership with Cairns, with others as well. But as we have found, what we do is becoming more and more critical to not just this recovery, but the future. A couple of us in this room were with Robert Kaplan a week or so ago, and he talked about that gap of 7 million people unemployed, 9 million jobs available. Even if you had the skill sets, even if people had skills for those 7 million jobs, we're still 2 million short. And he talked about that being a fundamental gap that's going to last for a decade or perhaps longer, and much more critical than the recession of 10 years ago. And so when you think of that, and I'm going to talk about how we fit into that in terms of what I refer to us as being the answer to a lot of that issue. So certainly, many years ago, some very smart people got in a room and decided this would be a good idea to create. And I'm not going to go through the history of it, but now 55 years old, some of our campuses are, in establishing the college. Last year, we served almost 90,000 students. COVID impacted our enrollment a little bit. Now, last year was somewhat easy. You had one choice, stay home. And if you wanted to go to college, you went online. This year, we're open. However, people have, as was articulated today, much more going on in their life. Some people who have been out of work, haven't paid rent, have child care issues, caring for an elderly person in their home. Now that have students who were making $12 an hour and going to school to better themselves are making $20 an hour in that same job and saying, hey, I'm good. Or people who have been home and have been receiving some resources, I'm good, I don't need to go to college. So there's a number of factors today that impact our students more so than they did last year. Our enrollment is tracking better than it was last year. Hopefully we will be up as the year goes on and this gets behind us. But nevertheless, we did take a little bit of hit, not as bad as many of the other colleges in the country, but actually did so. We're still quite large, if you will, in parameter as it relates to one of the top 20 colleges in terms of size in the entire country and certainly in Texas. Our mission is comprehensive, and I'll talk a little bit about the mission and answer some of the questions that came up throughout today. University transfer programs of over 8,000 of our graduates, 5,000 of them go on to transfer to a college or university. To the question about high school students, we have 10, 11 early college high schools and hope to double those in the coming years, both in early college high school and PTECs. PTECs are an early college high school that have an occupational focus, healthcare, technology, manufacturing. They require a industry partner, so that's what makes it difficult to put together. Of our 8,000 some graduates in the fall or in May, this past May, 536 of them were high school students. They received their associate degree on May 10th, and May 24th they received their high school diploma. That number continues to grow, about 15 to 20% a year, and certainly as we add more and more. What is really critical to note on the early college model is that research will show the students that are in early college, their background, their demographic, where they come from, why they went to an early college high school, at least half of them would have dropped out of high school because the traditional high school just wasn't for them. The early college high school gives them another opportunity, an opportunity that perhaps wouldn't have had at all. So not only are they graduating from college or high school, they're graduating from college as well. And so that's significant to know. About 3,000 of our graduates go directly into the workplace. We continue to do continuing education, corporate training. We'll talk a little bit later about a specific initiative that has come about the last 2 years related to that. But the notion that people are going to go to a university or anywhere, 20, 22, 24 years old and graduate and never learn again, those days are over. That's not going to happen. What's also not going to happen is they're not going to go back to Lubbock, and they're not going to go back to College Station age 30 and 35 because they can't. So where are they going to go in order to receive that training, that upgrade training, that new job or whatever, or just to stay current in their job today? Sometimes I kid and call ours the graduate school of choice because so many more of our students already have degrees. And the fact is they have to come back in order to, again, stay current. Developmental education, many students are not prepared for high school. 3 years plus now, Kent Scribner and I sat down with some leaders in the community to talk about that, to marry the high school ceiling with the college floor. That turned into T3. And that's what we have today in order to address it. And I know you've heard of T3. Others have talked about adult literacy programs and services. Judy talking about ABE and GED and the academies, and we deliver those programs. What we are doing more recently, though, is these are individuals who, we have about 12, 13 zip codes in this county that 35% of the adults don't even have a high school diploma. So to think that they're going to come to a college for these services, that just doesn't happen. What we're doing now is going out more into the community centers, more into the churches to deliver those types of programs, and you'll see more and more of that. And then finally, we do a lot of community service stuff from early, college for kids in the summertime to elderly programs, Red Hat Ladies Luncheons. We do all kinds of stuff to help serve the community. So the mission is comprehensive. Getting more specific, what I mentioned about being the answer. These are just a sample of the programs that we offer. And I put those up as a sample because these are the types of programs, these are the types of jobs that are out there that are available that do require some form of training, some form of education. The National Skills Coalition, an independent group out of D.C., their most recent report in the last few months, of the 50 highest demand jobs in the country, those that are most popular in need in the country, the top 50, 44 of them require something more than high school, but yet less than a bachelor's degree. So thinking about that for a second. 88% of the most jobs that are available fall into that category. That's why I talk about the reality. That is the reality. We are the answer to that reality, and this is just an example of some of those programs. So we have a video, and I'm not going to show it, and it's today, and some of you may have seen it. It's a day without a community college, or a community college student. And think about your day. From all of you, from automotive, from being able to drive a car today, and that car worked, and what happened if it did not work? What happened if you came to work today, and there's a woman or a fellow that had lights behind you and wanted your autograph? We train those people too. Okay. Today, 100 degrees. It's nice to have that HVAC when you go home. You got up this morning, you brushed your teeth. That water's tested 24/7 by a technician that we train. Construction. You talk about go up and down 35 and see that the big equipment sitting on the sidelines not doing anything, wondering why aren't they out working? Well, because you can't find heavy equipment operators. We have now a heavy equipment operator program. $80 an hour with overtime. Those are $200,000 a year jobs. That's the reality. We need people to be able to participate in those, find those people and participate in those programs. From business services, you all do banking, I'm sure, financial services. With banks, if you were to look at a typical bank, employee bank, if you will, of the type of employees, 60 to 70% of them will have come from community college. So the banks could not live or survive without community college graduates. Fire protection, EMS that I did mention, somewhat kiddingly, but in reality, we can't live without them. So if you look over and over and over again, day in, day out, you could not live your life without a community college graduate or student. And so some of the other things that most recently becoming more and more obvious, just the other day, Jamie Dimon from J.P. Morgan said, in this last year, J.P. Morgan worldwide, 75% of the people that they hired did not have a bachelor's degree. That's a reality. And as we talk about the notion of, let's say, childcare, for example, only 15% of the college students in this country are traditional students, 18 years old. Only 15%. Yet everything we do and everything we fund and how we look at it is based upon that traditional model. 20% of college students in this country are parents. Many are parents in need of child care and other support services. And so, and I don't want to make this a cry me a river, but when you really do look at support, community colleges enroll over half of the students in college in the entire country, including the state. yet receive less than 20% of the resources from the federal government and in most states as well. States will vary from state to state because the funding models are different. But even maybe what you could do as individuals, and not just in your capacity here, philanthropically. Again, over half of the students in this country, Gary's smiling, he's on our foundation board. Over half the students in this country are in community colleges, yet only 2% of the philanthropic giving to colleges and universities go to community colleges. So think about it for a second. You know, I know you all have your favorite football team. Once again, I'll tell you, TCC was undefeated again last year. So if that makes you feel good, you can donate to Tarrant County College on that. So the last thing I want to talk about, and is probably significant to what we're here today about recovery and moving forward. A couple years ago, we began a new division within the college, and it got interrupted by COVID. And that division was specifically to work with business and industry directly to help them with their needs, their incumbent workforce needs, the learning and development of their people, the recruitment of their people and such. This is a business unit of the college. It's completely different, completely separate. It enrolls people. It does not register students, okay? And there's not tuition. There are fees that the company pays. And so it's to operate very, very differently, but to serve that market in a very responsive way. Again, businesses continue to need to upgrade their employees, and this is what the responsibility of this unit is. You already heard from Rodney on the SBDC, so I'm not going to talk about that, but we'll talk about specifically what this unit is for. It is to engage chambers, cities, counties, site selectors in economic development and helping in that arena, and we do it regularly, certainly up at the Alliance area quite often. To assist employers, individual development and industry associations, so to work with entire associations and their credentialing, their badging, their certification, their registration. And here are some areas of focus. And as you can well imagine, these are demand areas of focus. So this is what this unit does. It trains, we are located up at the Alliance Airport. We do have a center up there that focuses on aviation, transportation, logistics. But on the third floor, and I invite you to come up, be happy to give you a tour. Gary's up a week ago. It's space to do coaching, training that's fully equipped, latest and greatest in order to host events, and it is really open for rental. So that's just the location. However, we provide these services wherever the business may be throughout the entire county. And so the last thing that I leave you with, and it's somewhat of a reality check, again, is that we talk a lot about here, and we're very fortunate. There are a lot of people moving here. And we have the opportunity to recruit businesses. Just last week, the potential of 10,000 employees out in the west side of town. But what we can't lose sight of is that those 10,000 jobs need not just 10,000 bodies, but 10,000 trained bodies. And so from a strategy standpoint, as we move forward in economic development and recruiting businesses and keeping folks here, the bottom line is, yeah, folks like incentives, but if there's nobody to work there, they're out of business. And so I really hope the reality is really understood, it's considered as we move forward as a community. But the message I want to leave is that we're here to serve that and provide the services in order to meet that need, meet that demand. So with that, I will stop there. GK, I know he's got to get home probably, so I don't want to keep any longer.
He's already worked an hour longer than he
Yeah.
banker's hours.
Yeah, we can start this if you want to.
Any questions? Be happy to answer.
Gene, I can't thank you enough for, as you said, I know a lot of times when we've tried to bring people into this community, bring businesses into this community, if they had any concerns or things about the training, y'all found a way to create a program that would follow their needs. And I thank you for that. I continue to hope, we talk about it every year, we really haven't followed through, but I really would like for us to begin maybe looking at something in the way of childcare with the city, with the county, in the downtown area. I know y'all have a great program where you're training people out in Northeast. And I think y'all do an excellent job at that. And if we could work out something that would not only fill the needs maybe of our county folks, our city folks, your students, we could maybe create a model that we could take all over the county and not just in one particular place.
Yeah, there's three particular areas, and I don't want to get too far ahead of in front of my skis here, but in talking with my governing board, related to child care, related to incubation, entrepreneurship, acceleration. These are spaces community colleges play in all the time. And then the last, perhaps more of an effort around the whole certification, licensure, registration, badging, outside of the typical credit hour and the typical, college model, if you will, but really look at certainly a local and perhaps regional approach to that. So those are three areas, much in demand, much in need, are not going to go away, and certainly are within our mission, and we are having discussions now about all three of those.
Thank you for sticking around to the end.
Sure.
We appreciate you and the services that your various campuses and employees offer. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all of our presenters. I'll wrap it up very quickly. I think we're going to have about 30 seconds to make it by 5 o'clock. So we'll be continuing to talk with our presenters today, talk with our court members, talk with staff and other community leaders to bring back some feedback to you based on all of the information you've received today, some suggestions for future programs, projects, and also be working with IEM and all of the presenters today, among others, on strategies to present to court at a future date. So, as always, staff is open to feedback, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
There being no further business to conduct at this time, we're adjourned. My clock still shows 5 o'clock.
Notice that the flag is waving.